Congressman James Comer says the goal is to investigate Epstein's access to, quote, powerful men and wealth.
I think one thing that surprised the Clintons, they assumed the Democrats on the committee would vote in a partisan manner and not vote to hold the Clintons in contempt. And what they learned was a majority of the Democrats on the committee either voted to hold the Clintons in contempt or voted present. And I think that's a statement that this investigation is serious. It is a bipartisan investigation. The American people have a lot of questions. To my knowledge, the Clintons haven't answered very many, if any, questions about their knowledge or involvement.
Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia, the ranking member on the House Oversight Committee, said Secretary Clinton answered questions in full faith and was completely cooperating.
We want to make a very clear demand right now, which is that the full transcript, unedited, of the Secretary's questions and the answers need to be released by the majority in the next 24 hours. We need the public and the American people have a right to know exactly what she said, what questions were asked of her, and how she responded. That's transparency.
Former President Bill Clinton is set to testify in front of the committee Friday. The former president has said he took trips on Epstein's plane in the early 2000s for his foundation's work. The Justice Department's first release of Epstein documents showed several photos of Clinton in a swimming pool. Bill Clinton has not been accused of any crimes, and there's no suggestion that appearing in the documents implies any wrongdoing. Let's go straight to our North America correspondent, Neda Taufik, who is in Chappaqua. She's been covering the deposition of Hillary Clinton for us today. Neda, it is great to see you. What do we know about what has been happening in this deposition?
Yeah, well, Sumi, Hillary Clinton has been facing questions now for more than 4 hours from both Republicans and Democrats. Now, before she took those questions, she did give an opening statement in which she decided to fight back, insisting again that she has never been to Epstein's Island, that she has never met him, never ridden in his private planes, and has no information that could help this committee with their investigation into his crimes. Now, she then also slammed Republicans, saying that this is clearly politically motivated and not to give information and help to the victims and survivors of Epstein, questioning why, for example, high-profile Republicans are here in large numbers for this deposition, but not one turned up for the deposition of Leslie Wexner, who is accused of really helping Epstein accumulate so much wealth. Now, we also heard that she was asked about that photo of Ghislaine Maxwell at Chelsea Clinton's wedding and why she was there. And Hillary Clinton reportedly said that she was a guest of a guest at the wedding. We know in the past Hillary Clinton has said that Ghislaine Maxwell had a relationship with a mutual friend. But other than that, we haven't really gotten specifics yet, Sumi, about the types of questions asked by Republicans, the tone inside. All of that we are waiting to see in a transcript, a video that Democrats want released within the next 24 hours.
Neda Taufik, thank you so much for that reporting today. Democrats on the committee are also accusing the Department of Justice of withholding files relating to allegations of sexual abuse of a minor by Donald Trump in the 1980s. The Department of Justice denied any documents had been improperly withheld, and President Trump has consistently denied any wrongdoing. Hillary Clinton also pushed for a deeper look into President Trump's connection to the late sex offender, writing, "If this committee is serious about learning the truth about Epstein's trafficking crimes, it would not rely on press gaggles to get answers from our current president on his involvement. It would ask him directly under oath about the tens of thousands of times he shows up in the Epstein files." Now, it is worth repeating that appearing in the Epstein files does not imply wrongdoing. Let's speak now to Sarah Fitzpatrick, a writer with The Atlantic who's been covering the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, these files for some time. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, what do you make of this entire process of deposing Hillary Clinton and also the former President Bill Clinton on Friday?
I think it's a really significant development on the political side, not necessarily on the law enforcement side, at least in Hillary Clinton's case. I think there has always been this cloud over the Clintons because of their association with Maxwell, with Epstein, that has followed them and that Republicans have been able to use quite successfully to cast doubt on their involvement. And so I think that this development will at least hopefully answer some outstanding questions. And I think the hope for the Clintons is that this will allow them to turn the page and say, we've answered all the questions, there's no more here.
What about these accusations that the Department of Justice has withheld files relating to allegations of sexual abuse of a minor by Donald Trump in the 1980s? Of course, Donald Trump has denied any wrongdoing. The DOJ says it has not improperly withheld anything.
So it's really interesting. This specific allegation does show up multiple times if you can follow serial numbers. But I think the most interesting thing is this specific allegation is not some random allegation that came in. We see that in the files. It's some callers call into a tip line, the FBI looks into it, and then they determine that it's not warranted or valid. But in this specific instance, we see it among one of the top things on a presentation that the FBI prepared last year, Trump's Justice Department prepared last year, which suggests that there is some familiarity with this and that it wasn't random, wasn't immediately put out. So I think it's a very, very serious allegation. That's one of the reasons that Congress made this a law, because it is by law, they must release all of this information. And so I think there's some really outstanding questions, and I think it's very telling that the Justice Department refuses to answer any of those besides putting out that one statement.
Democrats, and we heard that statement from Hillary Clinton, are saying President Trump himself, if he has nothing to hide, should come before this committee. They're also calling on the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, to be deposed to speak to the committee for his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Tell us more about that.
So it's a situation that I think a lot of people around Trump are very, very nervous about. The decision to, I think Republicans thought that the Clintons would never agree to testify. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of arguing, but in fact, they have. And so that does potentially create a precedent. And Donald Trump, in some ways, there's even more legitimacy to ask those questions. For example, over the summer, he said that Jeffrey Epstein stole employees, multiple employees, from him, but has never answered who was that? What does that mean? That's nothing that is in the investigative file, and that is material information that could be of use to the Justice Department. So I think it's a live ball. It's unclear whether that will actually happen, but I think there's definitely now a precedent that it is a legitimate question to ask.
Where do we stand in how many of the files are available? How many have been released, and what is still remaining?
So I think there's it's very unclear. There are about 3.5 million files that have been uploaded publicly. Then we know that the total volume is about 6 million. Remember that they found a couple million files on, I believe, the day before Christmas or Christmas Eve, suddenly in the Southern District of New York. The Justice Department has tried to say that anything that hasn't been released are either duplicates or are can be withheld under certain privileges. But I think with all these mistakes that we've seen continuously throughout this whole process, I don't think Congress or, quite frankly, the public has a lot of confidence in that.
And what about the questions as to whether there ever will be an investigation here in the U.S. into any figures who might have had connections to Jeffrey Epstein? We've seen, of course, the former Prince Andrew in the U.K. and the former ambassador to the U.S., Peter Mendelsohn, both arrested, both deny any wrongdoing. But will there be any investigations, you think, from what you've seen in the coverage of the file so far?
I think the most important thing to remember about the Epstein story is there is so much that could be done and so much that people tried to do, but unless there was political will to follow it through, it didn't happen. And so I think the real question will be, is there a will, either under a Trump Justice Department or perhaps a new presidential administration, to pick up where that left off? Now, sex trafficking is a very, very difficult crime to pursue and to prove. But there's enough information here that absolutely there can be new steps if someone felt that an investigation was warranted.
Okay, Sarah Fitzpatrick, great to speak with you today. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, Iranian officials reported good progress with the U.S. on a nuclear agreement after a third round of high-stakes talks in Geneva. Iran's foreign minister said both sides will resume negotiations next week, with mediators from Oman saying those will take place in Vienna. This latest round of talks is seen as a last-ditch effort to prevent an escalating conflict between the U.S. and Iran. They were held as the U.S. continues its largest military buildup in the Middle East in decades. President Trump has threatened military action across the region should Iran not agree to a nuclear deal soon. The talks also come amid continuing unrest among young people in Tehran, with several anti-government protests in recent days. Here in Washington, Democratic leaders in the House say they plan to force a vote next week on a war powers resolution. That would require President Trump to seek congressional approval before launching any kind of military attack on Iran. Joining me now is the Director of Research and Senior Fellow at the Washington Institute, Dana Stroll, who served as U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under President Biden. Dana, it is great to see you again. We heard mediators say that good progress was made in these talks, but beyond that, we don't have a whole lot of detail. What do you take away from that information that we've gotten so far?
I think it seems that both sides are trying to find a way to not get to military strikes. And so there's incentive to paint this in the rosiest possible way. Seems like these were talks to keep talking. Reports, because we don't have any official U.S. statement, are that the U.S. team went in with maximalist demands. And of course, the Iranian team is incentivized to string out these talks as long as possible and only offer minimal concessions.
What is your sense at this point of what the U.S.'s exact demands are and where the Iranians stand?
So for the U.S. side, I think what President Trump wants to be able to show is that he negotiated an agreement that's better than the Obama-era Iran nuclear agreement. And so the reports of what the U.S. put on the table are complete dismantlement of Iran's nuclear facilities. All enriched uranium has to come over to U.S. custody. There can be no enrichment whatsoever. These are really maximalist demands. What was not apparently on the table from a U.S. side is anything related to Iran's missile program, which we know is a really big concern for Israel. Nothing related to continued Iranian sponsorship of terrorism across the Middle East, and nothing related to the Iranian people, related to the regime's behavior toward the people at home who just survived this terrible massacre.
Do you think there's room to maneuver on that question of no enrichment at all? The Iranians have continued to maintain the entire time they are not interested in building a nuclear bomb, but rather want to enrich uranium for civilian purposes.
Well, in the original Iran nuclear agreement, there was a very small level of enrichment that was permitted under rigorous verification of the IAEA. And so certainly we understood at the time that the Iranian regime was adhering to those really strict protocols. And that is a way to compromise between the two sides. Whether or not that is acceptable for the Trump administration at this point, I think is the big open question.
What about this massive military buildup in the region? Do you think President Trump really does intend to use this as a negotiating tactic to pressure Iran, or would he really carry out a military strike?
We've seen President Trump use military force repeatedly in the first year of his administration. And so I would not bet, if I were the Iranian regime, on this being a bluff. This is such a massive buildup, the biggest the United States has had in the Middle East since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. You don't put this amount of force deprioritizing other military requirements and other military theaters if you're not serious about getting something really, really meaningful. I think President Trump, having said he really prefers a diplomatic outcome, has minimal tolerance for letting these negotiations string out before he's going to feel pressure to use all of that military force.
President Trump has promised there will be no prolonged conflict where the U.S. is drawn into a regional war. So what could a possible military strike look like?
I think this is the big question, and President Trump to date has failed to articulate to the American people exactly what the objective of military force would be, and that there's something achievable using all of this military force that would be worth risking American lives. He had an opportunity at the State of the Union address this past Tuesday night, and he didn't really articulate it. Is it to push back the nuclear program, which last summer he claimed to already have obliterated with U.S. military strikes? Is it trying to change the regime through force, which the United States doesn't have a good track record of accomplishing in the Middle East? He has not really articulated this in any meaningful way.
Okay, Dana, always good to get your analysis. Thank you so much for joining us. Also in Geneva, American officials met with Ukraine's top negotiator, Rustem Umerov, for talks on ending Russia's war in Ukraine. Mr. Umerov said they discussed the country's post-war recovery, but they still need to finalize security and economic issues. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says there is now more readiness from Kyiv to move negotiations forward. The next round of talks are expected in early March, but Russian officials say it's too early to say when or if a deal would be reached. Moscow has signaled it will not budge on demands for full control over some of Ukraine's frontline territory. To Los Angeles now, where the plaintiff in a landmark trial on whether social media platforms are addictive for children is testifying about how her use of Instagram and YouTube harmed her mental health. The plaintiff, known as Kaylee G.M. in court, began using Instagram at age 9 and YouTube at the age of 6. She says the platforms contributed to her depression and body dysmorphia. Her lawyers claim that Meta, owner of Instagram, and Google, owner of YouTube, aim to profit off of children becoming hooked on their services, despite knowing it could harm their mental health. YouTube and Meta have denied the allegations and said evidence in the case does not support the woman's claims. TikTok and Snapchat were also named in this lawsuit, but previously settled out of court. Our tech correspondent Lily Jamali is with me here in studio. She has been covering this trial. Lily, it is great to see you. Can you tell us a bit more about what the plaintiff's arguments are here and why she says that these platforms really were addictive?
Sure, it's good to be with you. And what we heard in court today was an attempt by the plaintiff's attorneys to really paint a fuller portrait of who she is, really humanize her before this jury. So she talked about her usage. How does she actually interact with these platforms, most notably Instagram, which is owned by Meta Platforms, and YouTube? She talked about, using these platforms from a very young age and being obsessed with getting likes on the things that she posted, to the extent that she would create more and more accounts in order to like her own post. She talked about the pursuit not just of likes but also of subscribers and how it made her feel when people would join her account or would actually leave and unsubscribe, and how that, I think at one point she said, it would make me feel like I was not worthy when she wouldn't meet sort of her metrics that she had in her mind as to what she was looking for in terms of that kind of engagement. One moment that really stood out was Mark Lanier, her attorney, showing a record of 1 day of usage, 16 hours on Instagram.
Wow.
And it turns out she actually didn't even know about this record, so she was learning about it in court. And this ties back to what we heard from the boss of Instagram, Adam Mosseri, who testified a couple of days ago, saying that that kind of usage, that 16-hour day, constitutes problematic use, but that he didn't view it as a sign of clinical addiction.
Yeah, tell us a bit more about what Meta and Google have said in their own defense.
Well, what they're trying to do is really paint a portrait of this woman, this 20-year-old from California, Kaylee, as someone who had a lot of other issues going on in her life, issues with her parents, difficulty at school. And their main goal here, from the defense perspective, is to say that any addiction that's alleged here isn't a product of the way that they designed these platforms, that these were coming from her own problems and some of the alleged abuse that she suffered at the hands of her parents, for example. Meta talked about this at length during their opening statement. What Mark Lanier, her attorney, is trying to say or show here is that those issues were amplified by her engagement with these platforms.
Okay, Lily Jamali, really interesting. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
As we've been discussing, tech giants have been coming under increasing pressure in recent months to do more to protect children using social media. One of them, Meta, says it is taking an important step in doing that. Instagram will now notify parents if their child searches for self-harm or suicide content multiple times over a short period. The alerts will start next week for parents in the US, UK, Australia, and Canada who use Instagram supervision tools. But child safety campaigners say the measure could do more harm than good. Here's Tom Simmons.
If it can happen to our family, then it could happen to anybody.
This weekend, 30 cinemas will show Molly versus the Machines, a documentary about Molly Russell, 14 when she took her own life after looking at suicide content on social media platforms. Instagram was one of them, and around 40% of teenagers have an account. Now Instagram's becoming the first social media platform to introduce suicide alerts. The system starts in the UK in 2 weeks' time. The notifications will be sent on Instagram, but also via email and messaging apps. Parents will be told that it looks like their child searched for content related to suicide or self-harm repeatedly over a short period of time. They can then click through to a page offering advice about what to do next. But Instagram will only know who a child's parents are if they've added them via their teen accounts. Those were introduced in 2024. And one concern about this is that children over 15 can opt out of teen accounts without telling their parents. But Molly Russell's father, Ian, now an online safety campaigner, thinks this whole approach is wrong.
Instead of taking responsibility for the harms that they provide to young people, Meta are passing the buck and putting it on the shoulders of parents yet again. They could sort this. Bigger picture, they could stop their algorithms suggesting harmful content to keep young people online. That would be safe. That would keep parents happy. That's what they need to do.
Instagram says it blocks content encouraging suicide or self-harm. Its critics say not well enough. And there was a range of responses at this sixth form college in London.
I think it's a really good idea because protecting the children should be the number one priority of all companies.
But also at the same time, it could also be really invasive for the child who might not want their parents to know about this.
I am given consent for them to see what I've been watching, and for it to go on behind my back, I'd feel a bit uncomfortable.
But politicians are talking about a ban on children using social media, so the platforms are under pressure. Tom Simons, BBC News.
Let's take a quick look at some other headlines from around the world. Cuba says the 10 men on board a U.S.-registered speedboat it intercepted on Wednesday were trying to infiltrate the country with, quote, terrorist aims. 4 of the men were killed in an exchange of fire with Cuba's Coast Guard. The other 6 were injured and taken into custody. Cuban officials said they seized assault rifles, Molotov cocktails, and other military-style gear from the boat, and that everyone on board were U.S.-based Cubans. Denmark's prime minister says the country will hold snap parliamentary elections next month. Mette Frederiksen, who currently leads a coalition government, is hoping voters will deliver a strong mandate for her Social Democrats party. Opinion polls suggest her popularity surged in recent months following her defiant stance against pressure from President Trump to take over Greenland. Ms. Frederiksen has been rallying European leaders against the U.S.'s renewed interest in taking over the autonomous Danish territory. Pakistan says it has carried out retaliatory strikes in Afghanistan after the Taliban said it had attacked multiple Pakistani army positions along the country's shared border. Islamabad accused Kabul of what it called unprovoked fire. The military operation by Afghanistan followed Pakistani airstrikes over the weekend in which the Taliban say at least 18 people were killed. Islamabad said those strikes were in response to a series of deadly suicide blasts on its soil. Pakistan regularly accuses Afghanistan of giving safe haven to militants. The Taliban denies that. And a Columbia University student from Azerbaijan has been released from federal custody after she was taken from her residence by federal agents on Thursday. Eli Agayeva's detainment garnered national attention and ignited protests on the university campus after she said she was illegally arrested. The Columbia University acting president said in a statement, "Our understanding at this time is that federal agents made misrepresentation to gain entry to the building to search for a missing person." DHS says the agents did in fact identify themselves and that Agayeva's student visa was revoked in 2016 for failing to attend classes. Before we go, New York City's Democratic Mayor Zohran Mamdani met with President Trump at the White House on Thursday. Mamdani said he had a productive meeting with the president discussing issues including housing. It marked the second meeting between the two men since Mamdani's mayoral election win late last year. While they've been critical of one another's policies in the past and hold very different worldviews, their previous meeting in November was unexpectedly friendly. All right, thank you so much for watching World News America. And don't forget, you can always get the very latest on our website, bbc.com/news. You can see the analysis there from our correspondents around the world. For all of us here in Washington, thank you for watching World News America and stay with BBC News.
Hello, We'll take a look at the satellite picture across Asia, and I think one thing you might notice really is there's not much in the way of cloud across the Philippines. Reason for that is the subtropical ridges extending in here, leaving any showers across the south of the country. Many parts of the Philippines, though, will be dry, very warm and sunny over the next few days. Further north, we've got some rain affecting parts of Japan into Taiwan, turning wetter. And we've got some rain across the southeastern mainland China as well. Often the weather will be cloudy for these areas. Turning cooler in Shanghai, temperatures just 13 through Friday afternoon. Heavy showers and thunderstorms widespread across southern areas of Vietnam. Probably see some of those in Cambodia. And I think over the next few days, we'll probably see showers turn increasingly torrential across central and eastern areas of Indonesia, with a threat of some localised flooding building in here. Talking about flooding risk, in Australia, we have widespread heavy showers and thunderstorms. The biggest storms will be across central areas, with several hundred millimetres of rain expected over the next few days. So some flooding is very likely, could bring some transport disruption too. We have had reports of some storms causing some localised disruption in Sydney during Thursday evening's rush hour. Could be a few more storms over the next few days as well, affecting eastern areas of Australia. Storm or two then for Brisbane. Auckland could see a shower Sunday, drier through Monday.
For 6 decades, the Kuwait Fund has navigated the global tides of change to support shared prosperity. From transport and agriculture to infrastructure, schooling, healthcare, and renewable energy, our fund has helped other nations as they prosper and grow. We've supported projects in communities large and small, delivering the good fortune of our past as a positive future for all. The Kuwait Fund, Partners in Development.
Discover unprecedented architectural brilliance. Discover historic world records. The world's second tallest tower, Burj Azizi. Amazing on every level.
Women, natural-born storytellers, pearls of wisdom, fighting talk, speaking truth to power, quietly active or loudly roaring. Every woman has a story to tell. Let's hear them. Global Women, a series of inspiring stories across the BBC.
I'm on a Turkish adventure, combining my love of food with history. And in the country's southeast, the dishes echo the old spice routes and the stories reach back to the dawn of civilization. Join me, Julie Lynn, for World's Ultimate Adventures on BBC News.
The fearsome display of cartel violence this week has shaken Mexicans who are trying to get back to normal. But what does the killing of El Mencho mean for Mexico? Join me, Will Grant, on BBC News.
We are into the knockout stage of the Champions League season as top teams across Europe try to reach the final in Budapest at the end of May. We'll have all the latest results, features and interviews right here on BBC News, as well as online on the website and app.
Now on BBC News, comprehensive coverage of the day's important national and international news stories. Newsnight.
Yes, your by-election night starts here. We'll hear from the three parties who hope to win it, Green leader Zach Polansky and the party chairs of Labour and Reform. Who's confident and whose momentum's about to stall?
And I'm at the Gorton and Denton Count in Manchester. Not far from here, a phalanx of ministers have spent the day knocking on doors to try and save this seat for Labour in the hope of throwing a political lifeline to Keir Starmer.
Good evening. It's Newsnight, seen at home and around the world, live from the top of Broadcasting House with the top takes and top guests each weeknight. Hello. The polls are shut in Gorton and Denton. in what Keir Starmer's called a battle for the soul of the nation. Let's meet our Newsnight panel. Zach Polansky is Green Party leader for England and Wales. He's in Manchester for the Gorton and Denton count. Welcome back, Zach. And Labour Party
Thanks
Chair
for having me.
Anna Turley joins us from Salford. Hello, Anna.
Hello, good evening.
And in the studio, Reform UK Party Chairman David Bull. Welcome, David.
A very good evening to you.
And polling guru Luke Trill. You're on this programme more than me, Luke. Hello. And first, all waiting for Newsnight Nick. With what can you wet our palate from the ballot, Nick?
Well, Paddy, there are some very nervous cabinet ministers right now thinking, have we done it? It should be easy, safe Labour seat, but it's a hell of a challenge because Labour is so far behind in the polls. I've been in touch with one cabinet minister, they're saying to me it's too close to call, but they've had 12,000 conversations on the doorstep today. They've had 1,000 activists out, the biggest by-election operation on the day of a by-election they can ever recall. And why are they doing that? They want to avoid a repeat of Runcorn and Helsby last year when they lost by 6 votes. So they're hoping they've done it. For the Greens, well, you're going to hear from Zach in a minute. My impression is they think they've done really well, but not perhaps thinking they may have done it. But they're saying, look, this seat would be 127th on our target list based on last year's general election. So we think we've done really, really well. For Reform UK, Matt Goodwin, he's saying, look, we fought to the end. But remember, we're not a political party. We're a movement. We're family. But, Paddy, I should just say that in the last half an hour or so, we've had some interesting breaking news from an organisation called Democracy Volunteers. Now, they are allowed to observe elections. And one person who knows their work says you'd usually wait a little bit for a report from them and it would be a bit bland. Well, this one's come out really quickly and it is far from bland. And what they're saying is they're worried about a practice known as family voting. And that is where two members of family either confer, direct or collude in the polling booth, and that under law is a breach of the secret ballot. John Alt, who's the director of this organisation, says this was observed in 68% of polling stations. In Runcorn on Helsby last year, it was in 12%, and they have passed their findings on to Manchester City Council.
Nick, very interesting. That is outlawed under our rules for decades on secret ballots, and there you are with your breaking news. Let's go round the table to call it. Anna Turley, let's start with you. You're live on BBC Two, no conferring. Call the result of the by-election.
I'm not going to call it, I'm afraid. I know it's
Well, hang on a minute. You've got 13,413 you're defending, and you can't call it.
No, because, of course, incumbent governments always find it difficult to fight by-elections. We know that. But I've been out on the doors myself over the last few days. We've had, as we've just heard, a huge amount of conversations. I'm very grateful to the people of Gorton and Denton for talking to us, giving us their views. I'm really optimistic because we've had a fantastic candidate in Angeliki. She's really run an incredible campaign, really positive, really united, and I'm really hopeful for her and optimistic.
Okay.
But I'm afraid I'm not going to put any bets on at this stage. We'll wait and see.
That's your right so to do. Zach, there's a long delay to you, like you're, on another planet. Would you like to call it?
I'd like to call that I'm feeling incredibly proud of Hannah Spencer and the Green Party. This is our 127th target seat. Now, when I became leader 6 months ago, if you told me we could seriously come second place or even first place in a national by-election and challenge this Labour government in what's so-called used to be a safe Labour seat, I'd say that's pretty remarkable.
OK, you're copying Nick's script. David Bull, do you want to call it? No one's calling it. You're meant to be, you've got the mo. David?
Oh, yes, I would like to call it. Well, I'm not sure I will, actually. Just in terms of this, it's Labour's 6 safest seats. So for us, in terms of our target seats, this is 440. Just take that into consideration for the moment. What we are seeing, it's a three-way marginal. We're seeing the Greens and Labour fighting each other. There is a possibility we can go straight through the middle. I'm very hopeful, given we've had 5,000 people out, supporters and volunteers, and today we've had over 1,000 people knocking people up. I have to say the Reform UK group family have been absolutely extraordinary.
Luke, isn't it interesting? They're not really risking it. And well, however it goes, Luke, it's going to be a pretty seismic result between these three.
Yeah, I mean, look, the word seismic is often overused when it comes to by-elections, which are often influenced by local factors, a desire to give the government of the day a bit of a kicking. But I think this is genuinely seismic, because what we're seeing in this contest is a microcosm of what you're seeing across the country. You're seeing that traditional Labour vote splitting across the board. Some of it sticking with Labour, some of it going left to the Greens, some of it going right to Reform UK. And I think from this result, we will get an indication of the contours of politics over the course of the next Parliament. Can Labour unite the left? Is the Green poll surge real? Can Reform, on 30% of the vote, come through the middle and win lots of seats? That's why it's so important.
Thank you all for getting us started. Now, this was a toxic campaign, say many independent observers. Let's go through all three parties. You've kindly come here. Let's talk about you in turn. Now, you've been criticised over the way you've conducted the campaign. Let's go through them. Reform's candidate Matthew Goodwin has accused the Greens of blatant sectarianism over a social media video produced in the Urdu language, which features pictures of Keir Starmer shaking hands with Indian PM Narendra Modi and David Lammy with Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as Nigel Farage with Donald Trump and Reform's Matthew Goodwin with Trump ally Steve Bannon. Anna Turley, what was your problem with this this being run by the Greens?
Oh, well, I think, you know, it's been an incredibly divisive campaign. And the reason I'm so proud of the Labour campaign is that we fought on the basis of unity. We're trying to bring the community together. Angelique's been out there bringing people together, not trying to split and divide communities by faith, religion or anything. We've been the party that's pulling people together. So I'm incredibly proud of the campaign that we've run, despite some of the really awful tactics we've seen from other parties.
David Bull, what did you make of this Green campaign?
Well, I think the Green campaign has been pretty disgraceful, actually. When you have a leaflet printed in Urdu, which is targeting 33% of the voters who happen to be Muslim, in a country where we're meant to be coming together, I think is absolutely appalling, actually. And when we had it translated, some of the stuff they said about Reform UK was utterly disgraceful and untrue. And actually, on the doorstep, people in Gorton and Denton were furious that these kind of leaflets are going out. What they want to talk about is why their energy prices are so high, why immigration is so high. The Greens also want to have open border immigration. That is not what the people of Gorton and Denton want. They want houses.
OK, Zach, so you could have had a leaflet in English talking about windmills, but you had a leaflet in Urdu talking about the Prime Minister of India. You can see why you're being criticised for sectarianism, can't you?
Well, in a conversation about misinformation, David Bull has just repeated a Green Party policy that isn't true. We want a fair and managed system to migration. So it seems the misinformation hasn't stopped even when the elections ended. And for the Labour Party to say that we've done some awful tactics, literally last night they created, I'll spell this out, they created a tactical voting company.
Yeah, I'll spell it out. I'll spell it out, Zach, because I'm going to do Labour next. We're just spelling out your thing at the moment, then I'll spell out their thing. Why did you produce a leaflet in Urdu in Manchester?
We produced a leaflet in Urdu because we want to communicate with people who speak Urdu. I think that's quite simple. Also, there's a genocide happening in Gaza that our government are not just complicit in, but actively enabling through the selling of arms and the sharing of intelligence. This isn't something, by the way, that just the Muslim population care about. Myself as a Jewish man, I care about it. People of non-faith care about it. So I think to call it sectarian is a pretty grim and dystopian view of what actually is a human rights issue.
David? Why are you printing a leaflet in a different language to English, which is the language, which is a common language, bringing everyone together? I think it's pretty disgraceful, and actually that is what the electorate on the doorstep are saying. They said, this is England, everything should be in English. I want to talk about what is going wrong in this country, not what is going wrong in Gaza. You are basically going for the sectarian vote.
Let me come back to you, Zach. Let me just get Anna in. Anna, do you have the same concern, because we're told you're very different from Labour, do you have the same concern as David Bull? And then Zach can respond about how the campaign was run.
Well, I think that we've seen a number of different tactics. I mean, there's been some quite... they've had activists kicked out of polling stations. I've seen some of my activists intimidated on the doorsteps. I think there's been a number of issues that I've got concern about how the Greens have run this campaign. They've quoted professors who've asked for their names to have been withdrawn from being misquoted. So there's been a whole range of issues that I'm deeply concerned about. And their whole campaign seems to have been about divisiveness and separating communities, not bringing us together, which is what we've tried to do throughout our campaign.
Zach, so there they are. are. They're combined, Labour and Reform, in criticising you.
Well, Keir Starmer during this campaign said that I wanted to sell crack to children in playgrounds, so I don't think any Labour MP should frankly show their face on live TV when we have one of the highest drug deaths rates in Europe. This is a really serious public health public issue, and to have a Labour government not deal with a public health issue and actually use it as a political smear and attack debases politics. It debases democracy, and actually, I think whatever the election tonight, I think there's some serious questions about how this Labour government campaign. I think people have been disgusted by it, and rightly so.
I'm going to pick up with Labour, and then everyone gets a go at the end. Now, Labour was accused of selective editing and misleading voters after sharing a video of comments made by Matt Goodwin about Manchester, and an eve of poll leaflet appeared to, quote, a fictitious tactical voting organisation. David, what did you make of Labour's tactics?
I mean, I think it's pretty underhanded. What we're seeing is the decimation of the two-party system. Labour is in big trouble. They know that. On the doorstep, people said who were tribally and traditionally Labour said, I will never vote for Labour because they haven't done anything for this community. So if Labour has to resort to these kind of tactics to try and get across the line, I think that's pretty miserable, actually. What people want to talk about is why nothing is being done, why the high streets are being decimated, why they have vape shops, why they actually have Turkish barbers, why are there no houses, why is there no employment? What has Labour done? Nothing.
And Zach, you raised this yourself a moment ago. Did you think it was dirty tactics to introduce a new organisation on a leaflet?
I think it was an incredibly dirty tactic. I also want to respond to the idea that the Green Party haven't been talking about things that people care about. We've said over and over again we want to lower people's bills, protect our National Health Service and rebuild our public services. The Labour government have no answer to that, so their response is to create fictitious organisations that supposedly tactically vote and then push that through letterboxes. There's also been a van that's been going around the constituency today with my face and Hannah Spencer talking about issues around drugs again. And again, it's just really bad for democracy, and it's because the Labour Party don't actually have an offering or anything propositional. This is a government that are out of ideas and out of time.
And interesting, Anna, it's interesting, if you'd just run Andy Burnham, maybe you wouldn't have had to introduce some mysterious tactical choice. You have been everything other than squeaky clean.
This is not at all. Angeliki is a fantastic candidate. We're super proud to have her. Andy's been there supporting her. We've had people from across the country, as you've already mentioned, cabinet ministers and 1,000 activists from around the country out to support the Labour Party. And I'm really proud of the campaign we've run. And we're running on the issues that matter to people. We've just been talking about the cost of living. I mean, this week we've announced the energy price cap coming down. We've got £150 coming off people's energy bills. We're lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. That's 6,000 children in Gorton and Denton that will be lifting out poverty in April by lifting the two-child cap.
That's not really about the leaflet, is it?
We're bringing down the waiting list in the NHS. These are the things that people care about.
Yes, they do care about them.
Focused on getting our message across.
Yeah, so, David, what were you...
I was going to say, and having spoken to lots of Labour voters, if you had fielded Andy Burnham, you would have won. Full stop. But Keir Starmer didn't want him on the pitch. This is all about the preservation of Keir Starmer. It was a very bad mistake by the Labour Party.
Zach, do you agree with David?
No, I don't agree, actually. I think Andy Burnham is still a Labour Party politician, and I think people are sick of them. And also, I do want to mention Lucy Powell, the Labour deputy leader, who every couple of days was sending me catty, passive-aggressive, open letters. This isn't a way to campaign if you've actually got ideas. And I only responded to them because I didn't want to leave the attacks unanswered.
Okay.
We've got to get better at campaigning, and I think the Labour government has really dragged us all down.
Let's look at Reform now. I was mentioning leaflets. Reform admitted sending 80,000 leaflets to the constituency voters from a concerned neighbour, which was later found to have been funded and distributed by the party. And Matt Goodwin stood by comments that it takes more than a piece of paper to make somebody British. Zach, has that played well for Reform, their leaflet and their comments about what is British?
I think it's really bad for the country. I think we're a country that are not an island of strangers. In fact, we're an island of neighbours. And I think people largely care for other people in their communities. And what I've heard over the last few weeks that I've spent time in Gorton and Denton is actually people really value the integration, the mixing of communities and people looking out for their neighbours. And I think Hannah Spencer's done an incredible job of really highlighting that. I'm a Mancunian myself, and I'm pretty confident that what Matthew Goodwin has presented in this campaign does not represent Manchester. Now, is it possible he's got across the line? Yes, but that's because we have a broken voting system, and actually we need a conversation about proportional
That's
representation.
interesting. That's the first. That's the
Reform candidates can't get across the line.
First time I heard you say could be across the line. Anna, do you think he could be across the line? And is that because of the way he campaigned for reform?
Well, I've been really horrified by some of the things that Matt Goodwin has come out with in this election campaign. Not just the divisiveness around immigration and saying that people here, can't be British, who we know are part of our community and who we welcome, but also saying that women should pay extra tax if they've not had children. And as someone myself who's not been able to have children, but who gladly pays tax to support children across this country because we want to give them the breakfast clubs and the best schools and the opportunities to flourish that we see that this Labour government is giving, lifting them out of poverty. I'm very happy to do that. But this kind of strange misogynistic victim blaming. There's some very odd extreme far-right ideologies coming out of Matt Goodwin and reform, endorsed also, should I say, by Tommy Robinson.
The whole far-right thing is a lazy trope,
endorsed by Tommy Robinson. I'd say that's far-right.
Tommy Robinson has nothing to do with our party.
He's endorsed you.
He can support who he likes. He has nothing to do with this party.
What is it that possibly that draws him to your party?
May I just make the point about the leaflet? It was a printing error. It missed the imprint. We took it to the High Court and we won as a result of that.
OK.
Now, also, if you carry a British passport, if you are in this country, you are British.
OK. Nick, what are you hearing from the count? Any more since we joined you at the start?
Well, Paddy, I am picking up a bit of reaction to that breaking news that we had, which was that statement from this organisation, Democracy Volunteers, that is allowed to observe elections, and they were talking about how they'd observed what they called rather concerning levels of family voting. This is where two members of family, as I was saying, confer, direct and collude over voting, and that is a breach of the secret ballot. Senior Reform UK sources told me this is a case of major electoral fraud. Labour sources are saying that they had not heard about this, but obviously they understand this is a serious organisation, and if it was needed to be referred to Manchester City Council or the Electoral Commission, they would understand that. But it is interesting, this statement from John Alt, who is the director of Democracy Volunteers. As I was saying, they don't normally issue reports this quickly, and they're usually pretty bland. And he's talking about, we rarely issue a report on the night, but we've decided to do it because of these concerningly high levels. And he's basically saying that in other recent by-elections, it was at a much lower level. This is at a much higher level, and they're saying that they are saying that this is extremely high, and they're clearly concerned about this.
Let's go round the table. Anna Turley, would you support a reference of this to the authorities, no matter what the result was?
Well, this is the first I've heard about this on your show, and it's obviously extremely worrying and concerning. That's not what we want to see in our democracy. So obviously we need to see the evidence and the report and then make due decision about what authorities should look into this. But of course it's worrying if, to hear that we want to see the evidence before proceeding.
OK, so it's so worrying that you can't answer the question yes or no. Zach, would you like to see
evidence?
OK, would you like to see this referred? Family voting, it's where I go in with my family member and go on, love, that's how you vote. That's what it is. You don't want to be associated with that sort of talk in this by-election, do you? Zach?
I'd actually agree with the answer that you've just had. I think it's important that there's full transparency about the democratic process, and if a recommendation is that there should be an inquiry of further steps, then yes, I'd support that.
David?
Yeah, electoral fraud is a stain on democracy. We would support reporting it and making sure that it's done in the spirit and fairness with the law.
Zach, I think we might be about to leave you now, so I'm going to say goodbye because you're moving on as a party leader. Thank you for joining Newsnight again, Zach.
Thank you very much for having me. Good night.
Thank you. Now to Luke. Luke, firstly, what do the voters in the middle of all this feel? We've seen the tone. We've seen the sort of, no one's calling it. They must feel very under the microscope, the voters.
Well, I think at a top level, lots of voters will just be glad when the circus moves on. I mean, they certainly don't want any more leaflets from people. But I think what's been interesting, and we've done lots of focus groups in Gorton and Denton throughout this campaign, is I've never got this level of voter confusion, this sort of anxiety of, am I voting for the right person to stop the person that I don't want to win? I had people saying, I'm looking on forums trying to tell me how to vote. You would never normally get that. And I have to say, the issues which you just put to the three parties there have played a role in this. And my hope would be, in the interests of kind of democratic engagement, that all the main players reflect after this by-election. Are you informing voters? Are you helping them to make the right choice? Or are you making their confusion worse? Is it going to lead to greater disengagement?
So do you think this is a glimpse of elections in the future?
Well, absolutely, because it is, as I said, a microcosm of this fragmented electorate. Whoever wins tonight, I don't normally make predictions, but one of the things I can say is they're going to be far off getting 50% of the vote, right? We're going to get people winning on very small margins. We're going to have people arguing where the stop Reform choice, where the stop Labour choice. You know, people talk a lot about Labour and Green switches, but we speak to a lot of people who are divided between Reform and the Greens because they want something new and something different. And so I think this confusion could become the new normal, and I think it is incumbent on the parties to reflect how do we help the democratic process rather than making this worse.
Let's meet a voter. If you've been joining us all week, you'll have seen Vic. She was in Gorton and Denton speaking to voters about what mattered to them. And this one voter we're going to hear from now just wants to leave the country. Let's have a listen.
What gives you hope then?
There is no hope for this country. There's zero.
Seriously?
There's minus 10 hope. Not even zero, it's minus. It's in the minus.
That's
We're
how
all
you genuinely
freezing.
feel?
Half the country's froze now at this point. That's how minus we are.
So what
We've
you're gonna-
literally watched it happen. Move out of the country the second that I've got the funds to do.
Where would you like to go to?
Anywhere out of the... Anywhere as far as possible from this side of the world. Not even this side of the world. If I could, I'd go to America because I think he's doing it just right there.
Now, she did make plain she wouldn't be voting at all. So, I mean, you were meant to tap into that sort of disaffection, David, weren't you? And you haven't won her.
No, I mean, I think it's a tragedy. I heard it the whole time on the doorstep, actually. People saying, I'm sick and tired of this country. There's nothing here for us anymore. I want to leave. And I said that. You know, there was a couple that have lived there for 25 years, and they said if they had the money, they would leave. That's a travesty. It's a terrible indictment of the Labour government and actually the Tories. I think you're seeing the decimation of both Labour and the Tories. I would also agree what people are looking for is something different because the other two parties simply haven't worked.
And Anna, I mean, if Labour comes third behind Greens and the Reform, we're going to be back to talking about Keir Starmer's leadership again, aren't we?
Well, the reality is, you know, it takes time to turn things around. We know that the inheritance that we had in 2024 when we won power, that we had 14 years of austerity. Our public services were on their knees. Our communities were absolutely fractured. And you know, I can completely understand people's frustration and their sense of urgency. And we feel that sense of urgency as well. It takes time to develop the legislation, to do the policy, and to bring forward the change, particularly in a climate where we didn't have any kind of financial inheritance either. So we've stabilised the economy. We're bringing interest rates down. We're getting more money in people's pockets with a rise of the minimum wage. We're bringing in breakfast clubs to help support children in the schools and give them a best start in life. So all these things will start to be felt more and more. With every pay packet that goes through, as people's living conditions get better, I'm confident that people start to see a better cost of living and way of living under this Labour government. And I'm looking forward to the months ahead.
Yes, you may be, but you're not answering the question about who'll lead the Labour Party. I'm saying to you, at this by-election, if Labour comes third, they could have run Andy Burnham, they didn't. If they come third behind the Greens and Reform, it's more pressure to lose the guy who booted Andy out from running.
Well, look, Keir Starmer has a 5-year mandate. He won a historic election in 2024. He turned the Labour Party around, and he's a fantastic mayor of Manchester. And what we've seen in this election that I'm so proud of is the whole team, from top to bottom. As I said, activists from around the country, Andy himself, our cabinet and our leader, all coming together to support Annie Galiki, our fantastic candidate, set out our stall, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the result tonight.
Yes, I mean, you are defending a 13,000 majority, and at the start of the programme, you can't call that you're going to win it, and you have heard other people say that it could be that you don't hold on to it. And I'm asking you about the future for the Prime Minister. David, what will be the future for the Labour Prime Minister if they can't hold on to 13,000 majority?
Well, I think it shows Starmer is toast. It's a matter of time now when he goes. As I said, he's in office, he's not in power. Everyone knows it. You've seen people on manoeuvres in the Labour Party, and that was actually the undoing of this campaign. Labour was spending all of its time actually fighting amongst itself and not actually concentrating on the voters. Also, just in terms of, you said that it takes time to turn things around. This is a Labour seat. What have you been doing?
Well, we've been building breakfast clubs here. We're lifting
That's not what they say.
6,000 children out of poverty here. And, you know, as I said, it's always difficult for incumbent governments. The Conservative governments, I think between 2010 and 2015, won only 1 out of 21 by-elections. You know, it's difficult to win by-elections because people want to register their frustration.
Okay.
We're listening to that. We hear that. But we're doing our very best to, as I said, bring down the cost of living, to turn the country around, to rebuild our public services. And I'm proud of the record we've got so far, but there's more to do.
Let me ask the question differently, Anna. You're not here to take questions from all of us on the panel. You're a panellist, so we're very glad you're here. Can you put it in a couple of bullet points? What message will be sent to the country if Labour hold the seat? And I'll ask you the same, David. You're coming on the Today programme. You've held it. What do you say to the nation tomorrow?
I'd say a lot done, a lot more still to do. I'm proud that we've stabilised the economy. I'm proud that we've started to get more money back in people's pockets. But we know we've got a hell of a lot more to do to bring down the cost of living, to bring down bills, to give children the best start in life. And I look forward to seeing that over the months ahead.
David, you've won and you're going on the Today programme. What do you say it shows?
Well, this is our 440th target seat. We will win the other 439 seats. We will have a Reform UK government with a majority of 450. Thank you very much for your vote.
Right. So, Luke, there we have a reminder of what we talked about at the very start. You can see the stakes if Labour hold. It's a massive story for Keir Starmer if he can hold it, isn't it?
It is a big story if Labour hold it, and even though this is one of their safest seats and, you know, it looks like regardless of the result there'll be a big swing against them, one of the reasons it is so important is that it allows Labour to run what has been called a Macron strategy. That is to say to progressives, to say to people on the left, look, you might not like everything that we do, but we are the only people who can beat Reform UK, and to rally the left behind them. If they lose, on the other hand, that becomes much harder because it would be the second by-election in a row. Remember, there was that Caerphilly by-election that Plaid won. It would be the second one where another progressive party has pipped them to the post. So the stakes are really high for that bit for Labour. But if they do win, they're able to say, you know, we are the choice to stop reform. And it also shows, look, you know, despite a torrid couple of weeks, the bottom hasn't come out for them.
So to you, Anna, are you sure you prefer this candidate to Andy Burnham?
She's absolutely brilliant. And
but you prefer her?
Well, Andy's doing a brilliant job as Mayor of Manchester. I'd like to have them both. And
but he wanted to run.
That tomorrow, I hope I've got Andy as Mayor of Manchester and Angeliki down in Parliament with me, because she's fantastic.
And to you again, David, you lose. What happens to you? Then your Mo's gone. And could it be because you've been doing this policy of stacking reform with a load of retreads from the Conservative Party? It's not the quick fix. You look more like quick fit.
I think that's very disingenuous, actually. We're building a top team. I count the number of MPs every single week because I get more and more of them as we continue.
You only need 1.5 hands.
Well, that's also disingenuous. But the fact is we are taking the best and the brightest from Labour, from the Conservatives, from those people who've never, ever stood for politics before. And actually, Reform UK is on the ascendancy.
To you, Nick, what are we missing if we were there on the ground that we should be talking about? Are the fingers flipping behind you?
Well, it's interesting, Paddy. There's a lot of chat here from the Labour group here that Andy Burnham has played a really significant role in this campaign, and his role as Mayor of Greater Manchester has been helpful. What they're saying is too close to call, down to the wire. But if they do pull it off, they say it's because it's a divided constituency. Tameside, just over a third of the electorate is overwhelmingly white and manual workers, quite reform. The South Manchester wards, just under 2/3 of the electorate, 40% Muslim, 40% graduates. What they're saying is if it was just a fight in Tameside, Labour would lose to Reform. If it was just a fight in the South Manchester wards, Labour would lose to Green. But because it's demographically divided, they think that is potentially the way that Labour gets through. But they are absolutely not calling this by-election. Down to the wire, too close to call is what they're saying right now.
Nick, you'll be back tomorrow, I'm sure, bringing us all the latest. The newspapers can't call it, so I won't show you them. Thank you all very much to our guests tonight. Matt's here tomorrow, thank goodness. Good night.
is BBC World News America. Hillary Clinton says she has no information on any crimes committed by the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a deposition in New York.
I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices.
The U.S. and Iran hold high-stakes nuclear talks in Geneva. Mediators say significant progress was made, but the chances of a deal to avert conflict remain unclear. And in a blockbuster trial over whether social media is addictive, a key plaintiff testifies that the platforms damaged her health as a child. Welcome to this extended hour of World News America. Hillary Clinton, the former U.S. Secretary of State, Democratic presidential candidate, and First Lady, insisted on Thursday that she never met Jeffrey Epstein as she gave a closed-door interview to the U.S. Congressional Committee investigating the late sex offender's crimes. Her husband, former President Bill Clinton, is due to be interviewed on Friday. The former president has said that he took trips on Epstein's plane in the early 2000s for his foundation's work. Neither Bill nor Hillary Clinton are accused of any wrongdoing. Well, Democrats are accusing their Republican counterparts of political motivations in compelling the Clintons to testify, but Republicans who form the majority on the committee say that this will help to investigate how Mr. Epstein built his vast Rolodex of connections at the highest echelons of power. Hillary Clinton had wanted today's testimony to be public. She's calling for the transcript from today to come out as quickly as possible. She spoke a few moments ago. She said that she was asked repeatedly about her links to Epstein. Take a listen.
Literally over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton there speaking just moments ago after that testimony ended. This all taking place behind closed doors, of course. So what was likely to have been taking place inside that room there in New York? One person who knows well, Tom Davis. He's a former Republican congressman who chaired the House Oversight Committee from 2003 to 2007. We spoke a little bit earlier, and here's what he told me.
Well, you got to remember that, so this is in camera, it's out of the public view, it will be taped, and portions of that tape can be played back to the public at the whim of either the majority or the minority. But it's like a general deposition. Unlike appearing before a committee where members get to ask questions, really the staff will ask a continuing line of questions and be able to do follow-ups. So this is the way you really get at evidence. At this point, it's probably less convenient for the person being deposed to the committee's advantage. And if there's any news to come out of it, the committee will decide what they want to do with it.
Yeah, I think that's a question maybe a lot of people have is, how useful are these kinds of closed door testimonies? How much of this is done for the cameras that are recording this, for a political soundbite, and how much can this really get useful information?
Well, I think doing it behind closed doors, you get more useful information. It's less performance than it is actually trying to get into the facts, because you get the continuity of questions. You get the follow-up questions. When you go before a full committee, each member gets 5 minutes. It alternates between Republicans and Democrats, and you lose any continuity in questioning and follow-ups. So this is really how you get to the depths of this. I wish they actually did it more this way than going out front where the cameras are loaded and members feel that they have to perform.
You mentioned kind of how this questioning works. Are there any limitations when it comes to what kinds of questions can be asked, how long this can go on for?
Well, I had a client one time, 11 hours in a deposition. So there are really fast and loose with the rules. Privilege is not granted. Legal privilege isn't granted. They can get into a lot of questions. Now, you can always refuse to answer and take it to the next level. But you've got to remember the Clintons are up here with Congress has already, voted a contempt citation against them. So I think they're going to be very, very careful in terms of what they say and what they don't say. They, of course, are entitled to take the Fifth Amendment if they want to do that. But this is the way you really get at the facts, because you get the follow-up questions on this, and the person being deposed really doesn't have a lot of authority. They've got their attorney there with them that can stop them and try to instruct them along the way. And again, they have the ability to take the Fifth, but this is how you really get at it if there's anything there.
You know, at one point, the deposition had to be paused after a Republican Congresswoman, Lauren Boebert, apparently shared an unauthorized photo of Secretary Clinton inside that hearing. Have you heard of anything like that happening before? What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think she was way out of bounds. She makes what could be a serious inquisition basically into a clown show. That breaks all decorum. It breaks the rules of the committee. I'm sure her Republican colleagues weren't happy with her for doing this as well. It tended to be more about her than the seriousness of the subject, and I hope she's appropriately reprimanded.
You know, Democrats today, after Hillary Clinton's testimony, and of course, former president scheduled for Friday, they called for the current president, Donald Trump, and the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, to testify. What do you think the chances are of that happening?
Zero. Look, again, that's performance art when you go out in front at this point. And this whole Epstein thing has become very, very political as we go through it. So now, if they had the gavel, if they had the ability to go ahead and subpoena, they could do that. But they don't. They're in the minority, at least until the end of the year. So that's not going to happen.
Just briefly here before I let you go, Democrats demanding the release of the full transcript here within 24 hours. We're hearing from the Republican chairman, Comer, saying that he'll try to get video and transcripts out quickly. How quickly can that process happen?
Well, it depends how long the deposition goes on. If it's hours, you're not going to get it turned around in 24 hours. But again, this has taken on some political theater aspects to it. But I suspect at the end of the day, the minority will certainly have access to the total transcript and video. And if there's anything they think should be released, they'll release it. If they think the Republicans release something that doesn't shed the appropriate light on it, they'll be able to counter it. They'll have access to these things, but turning it around 24 hours, I think, is unrealistic, and it's part of the political theater that's going on in Washington.
Well, it was a big day for diplomacy in Geneva, where U.S. officials held talks on both Iran and Ukraine. President Trump and envoys Steve Witkoff as well as Jared Kushner met with the Ukrainian delegation to discuss a possible ceasefire and end to Russia's war in the country, with another round in the works for early March. And earlier in the day, U.S. and Iranian officials meeting for a third round of pivotal nuclear talks seen as crucial to averting conflict there. Oman, which has been acting as a mediator, says that creative ideas were exchanged during a session lasting roughly 3 hours. Oman's foreign minister said that officials finished the day after significant progress in negotiations, adding that discussions on a technical level will take place next week in Vienna. Thursday's talks come amid ongoing threats, of course, of military action from President Trump and a massive U.S. naval buildup there in the Middle East. Iran has resisted U.S. demands to stop the enrichment of uranium, but has indicated that it's prepared to offer some concessions about its nuclear program. Well, joining us now live is Congresswoman Dina Titus, a Democrat representing the state of Nevada. She's also a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Great to have you here on the BBC. Maybe some positive signals there from Iranian officials after this latest round of negotiations. Is it clear to you that the president will, in the end, be able to strike a deal here with Iran? And do you think it will be better than the one that he left during his first term in office?
Well, that's right. You need to put this in context. One, he said in his State of the Union address he would prefer diplomacy, but he was willing to do anything to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Two, we had an agreement with Iran that was carefully worked out, not just between the two countries, but with a lot of the other players signing on to it, and he threw that out for some reason. Also, they did have talks today, but anytime they talk about thoughtful progress, you have to be a little skeptical. Now we're waiting for them to produce some written document. They say they'll do it, but we'll have to wait and see. And in the meantime, you are having the biggest buildup of arms and ships and weapons in the Middle East that you've had since the Iraq War in 2002, 2003. So all of that's going to complicate any kind of diplomacy.
Congresswoman, Democrats there in the House are expected to force a vote next week. This would be on a bill that would prevent the president from launching strikes on Iran without congressional approval. Is that a bill that you would support?
Yes, I would support that. You've got to remember, Congress has the authority to declare war, and this president has just been doing many things without Congress's approval, including in Venezuela and threatening Panama and Greenland and who knows what. So I think we do need to put some checks on him. Well, there's a proposal from Kane in the Senate, but in the House, you've got a bipartisan group with Ro Khanna and Mr. Massey. So I think you'll get some support on both sides of the aisle, but certainly from Democrats.
Are you concerned at all, though, that, if that does pass, that would take away any kind of key leverage from the U.S. in these negotiations?
Well, I don't think so. Just because we say that Congress needs to weigh in, still we have the power and we still will be negotiating and we'll still see what Iran has to say. And don't forget other players in the area like Israel will remain engaged. So I don't think it takes away leverage. I think it really strengthens our hand that you have the support of Congress if you're going to do this. And also look at public opinion right now. Public opinion is opposed to sending going to war and possibly sending troops on the ground.
As a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I wanted to ask you about what's taking place in Cuba. The White House now confirming at least one American was killed. At least one American was also injured there on Wednesday in a gunfight, apparently, with Cuba's Coast Guard. Cuba calling this a terrorist attempt. Obviously, details still kind of coming in here. But how do you think the U.S. should react to all this?
Well, I'm waiting for details, too. This was not an official vessel. This was a private vessel. We'll see what they were doing there and who was on board. I just hope that it doesn't give the president an excuse to send in troops or do there what he did in Venezuela, because he threatened that. He said, well, we're looking at Cuba. Well, we're looking at Colombia. So I just don't want to see this escalate before we get the facts. And we don't want the facts just to be with the Department of Defense. Congress and the public needs to know the facts, too, before you make any commitment.
Congresswoman, if you don't mind, while I have you here, I wanted to ask you about what we saw taking place in New York. Some of your Democratic colleagues on the House Oversight Committee calling for President Trump to testify after we saw Hillary Clinton testifying today, former President Bill Clinton testifying tomorrow. Would you also want to see President Trump testify?
Well, I'd like to know his involvement. I'd like to see those tapes that the Justice Department refuses to release, because whatever's on them, it looks like a cover-up, and I think that's what most of the people think it is. It set a bad precedent, but they've already set it when they hauled in Clinton and Mrs. Clinton, who had very little to do with it. But that's all theater, and that's all a distraction. So if he knows something, he should step up and tell the public what he knows and show the pictures, show the tapes, show the files.
Congresswoman Dina Titus, a Democrat there from Nevada, we appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on the BBC.
Well, thank you for having me.
All right, time for a break. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. You're live with BBC News. As those pivotal nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran ramp up in Geneva, congressional Democratic leaders here in Washington say they do plan to force a vote next week on a war powers resolution that would require President Trump to seek congressional approval before launching any kind of military attack on Iran. As the world watches to see if the U.S. and Iran can avoid any kind of conflict here, BBC Verify's Merlin Thomas looks at the American buildup of military in the Middle East.
Over the past few weeks, the Middle East has seen the largest buildup of US military in the region since the Iraq War. We've been using satellite analysis alongside flight and ship tracking data to get a glimpse of what President Trump described as a massive armada. Joining the US fleet already in the Middle East is the largest warship in the world, the USS Gerald R. Ford. It left Crete, Greece on Thursday, carrying with it thousands of crew members, a flotilla of destroyers, and dozens of fighter jets. And it's part of a wide range of US assets in the region. Using satellite imagery, flight tracking data, and verified videos, we've been mapping the buildup. These are US naval assets, including 2 aircraft carriers and their destroyers, as well as some military aircraft. Remember, this isn't a complete picture, and these are approximate locations because they're likely to be on the move. There's also US bases in the region. Now, this second aircraft carrier in the region, the USS Abraham Lincoln, can be seen in the latest satellite imagery on Wednesday off the coast of Oman. Now, when we zoom out, you can see the fleet of 7 vessels. Experts have said there are more than enough military assets in the region to indicate the US might be planning for a prolonged operation. One expert said the main questions now are about who will strike first, the cost of the operation in terms of munition stockpiles, and force readiness for further conflicts. Meanwhile, Iran has said it won't initiate war, but that it will respond to any US aggression decisively and proportionately.
Merlin Thomas reporting there in studio with us now. Andrew Peak, former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Iran and Iraq at the State Department's Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs during the Trump administration. Great to have you here. I guess, first of all, what did we make about the little that we did hear from this third round of negotiations? Some positive signs from Iran. We haven't heard from the U.S. yet at all.
I know, I thought there were some question marks. The Omanis and the Iranians came straight out of the gate and said, very positive, more work to be done. They announced technical negotiations next week, which I thought was kind of weird because usually you announce some kind of political framework for an agreement and then have the minions go technically negotiate with each other. The technical negotiators can't really adjudicate the big issues, so not clear what that's about. I think this is going to go to the president.
What do you mean, go to the president?
It's not close enough. Whatever the Iranians offered didn't come close enough to what Witkoff and Jared wanted for their red lines. The agenda is obviously far narrower than we had a week ago, which included ballistic missiles and proxies. Forget about a month and a half ago, where we also had the protests and some kind of human rights improvement in Iran.
Well, put us inside the president's head. How do you think he's likely then to approach the next few rounds of negotiations here? And in the end, what kind of deal is he going to be willing, do you think, to actually accept?
It's a great question. The reason we got out of the nuclear deal, and I was there, I was at the State Department when we were doing those negotiations, was not just that there were holes in the nuclear deal. There were a few little problems with oversight. But really because the money that Iran got from the lifting of sanctions made it stronger than most other regional players in terms of its ability to support its proxies, its ability to build nuclear weapons. And worse, once it was out of the deal, there was a diplomatic presumption against putting more sanctions on it. So here we are, strategically, it doesn't really make sense to achieve some kind of limited nuclear accord with Iran in the very little slice of the agenda they seem willing to talk about, and then pretend it's a great deal, and the Iranians are going to demand a significant lifting of sanctions in exchange for that, which would then put us exactly back in the position we were in 2017, where we have to basically stop sanctioning Iranian proxies in the region. It wouldn't help the overall policy, and it really wouldn't even be tremendously beneficial.
Well, at this point, how do you view the president's options? And clearly he's keeping the military option open right now. Has he kind of backed himself into a corner by continually threatening these strikes? And if he doesn't act, at that point, maybe it makes him look weak.
You know, the last 10 years, the Israelis have managed the Iranian problem with a degrading strategy, right? They don't really believe in the big deal, and they kind of, through various asymmetric measures like cyber attacks, through targeted assassinations, they kind of wear away the Iranian nuclear program and just play for time. I suspect the president will probably do something like that. I think he'll probably conduct limited strikes, say we're ready to negotiate on a broader agenda when the Iranians are ready to negotiate, and then send the carrier group back to the U.S.
I did want to ask you about that bill that's floating around in the House. There's a version in the Senate that would essentially limit the president's wartime powers here, which is kind of the way Congress is supposed to work. But it would say, hey, you can't strike Iran without congressional approval first. What do you make of that? And do you think the president would see that as limiting some of his options?
I have to say, I don't see that going anywhere. There's two issues with it. One is it gets to a fundamental issue of a separation between executive authority, including commander-in-chief, Article 2 power as the head of the armed forces, and congressional authority that since the War Powers Resolution in 1972 has really never been effectively adjudicated. So that's just kind of an ongoing executive branch standoff. But also, since 2001, since the war on terror started, there's been this much fuzzier of a line between a war, quote unquote, and ongoing kind of low-level military operations that I suspect a limited strike against Iran would fall into.
Andrew Peek, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Iran and Iraq during the first Trump administration there in the State Department. Thanks a lot for your insight. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
The polls have now closed in the Gorton and Denton by-election in Greater Manchester. The Labour Party is hoping to defend the seat from Reform UK and the Greens as the results are being closely watched as a key test for the Prime Minister. The by-election follows the resignation due to ill health of the now former MP Andrew Gwynn. Let's go there live now. Our correspondent Jack Fenwick is standing by. And Jack, so polls have now closed. What's the latest that you can tell us where you are?
So this is likely to be a tight three-horse race between the Labour Party, Reform and the Green Party. All of those parties are telling us that right now it's too close to call. Now, in terms of why all of this matters, parliamentary by-elections don't do an awful lot to the parliamentary arithmetic in Westminster. At the end of the day, it's only one seat out of 650. But what they do is affect the political mood. If the Labour Party win here, it's likely to be on a much reduced share of the vote compared to their win that they had at the last general election in 2024. This has been a safe Labour area for generations. But if Labour do manage to win, it will be something of a sigh of relief for Sir Keir Starmer and the people around him after what's been a pretty bruising few weeks and months for him. Now, if Labour do not win, then what will happen is there will be all sorts of questions asked of the Prime Minister about his very controversial decision to block the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, from being Labour's candidate here. If the Green Party win, they will say that this is evidence that they are able to challenge the Labour Party for votes on the left of British politics. If Reform win, they will say that it's evidence that they are able to turn their current lead in the opinion polls into genuine votes on the ground. No doubt, whatever happens here, people will use that to read into what may happen in the big elections we've got coming in May and beyond that as well.
Yeah, a lot of kind of big questions yet to be answered there. A lot of eyes on this by-election. But just in terms of locally, I mean, what have been the most important issues for voters there?
Well, one of the things that lots of the parties have been talking about is the cost of living. That's been the sort of the main issue that has come up in all of the campaigns. Now, this is an interesting constituency because it's made up of quite distinct parts. There is an area of this constituency which has a large Muslim population and also lots of students. Now, that is the area where the Green Party has been targeting votes. One of the things they've been talking about, as well as the cost of living, is the war in Gaza. Now, the other part of the constituency is much more white working class. That's where Reform have been trying to pick up votes. And as well as talking about the cost of living, they've been talking about issues such as immigration. And the Labour Party have been trying to pick up votes in both of those areas, and they hope that that is what may give them an advantage.
Very briefly, Jack, about 15 seconds, how can we expect the next few hours there to play out?
think we're not expecting a result here for a few hours yet. If it's as tight as they say, that's when we start talking about things like recounts. For now, none of the parties feel confident enough to call the result.
All right, Jack Fenwick, thank you very much. The UK and the government of Gibraltar have published a draft treaty with the EU that allows for a more fluid border between Spain and the British territory. That deal will mean no routine passport checks at the border, where 15,000 people cross it every day, around half of Gibraltar's workforce. But checks will remain for those arriving by air. And Denmark's prime minister says the country will hold snap parliamentary elections next month. Mette Frederiksen, who currently leads a coalition government, is hoping that voters will deliver a strong mandate for her Social Democratic Party. Opinion polls suggest that her popularity surged in recent months after her defiant stance against pressure from President Trump to take over Greenland, which is a Danish territory. Ms. Frederiksen has been rallying European leaders against the U.S.'s renewed interest in taking over Greenland. Those elections coming up now soon. We'll have more World News America coming up after the break. Lots more to get to, including that big testimony by Hillary Clinton, of course, in New York. We'll have our political panel here to help us break it all down. Stay with us. More coming up on World News America.
Hello. We'll take a look at the satellite picture across Asia, and I think one thing you might notice really is there's not much in the way of cloud across the Philippines. Reason for that is the subtropical ridges extending in here, leaving any showers across the south of the country. Many parts of the Philippines, though, will be dry, very warm and sunny over the next few days. Further north, we've got some rain affecting parts of Japan into Taiwan, turning wetter. And we've got some rain across the southeastern mainland China as well. Often the weather will be cloudy for these areas. Turning cooler in Shanghai, temperatures just 13 through Friday afternoon. Heavy showers and thunderstorms widespread across southern areas of Vietnam. Probably see some of those in Cambodia. And I think over the next few days, we'll probably see showers turn increasingly torrential across central and eastern areas of Indonesia, with a threat of some localised flooding building in here. Talking about flooding risk, in Australia, we have widespread heavy showers and thunderstorms. The biggest storms will be across central areas, with several hundred millimetres of rain expected over the next few days. So some flooding is very likely, could bring some transport disruption too. We have had reports of some storms causing some localised disruption in Sydney during Thursday evening's rush hour. Could be a few more storms over the next few days as well, affecting eastern areas of Australia. Storm or two then for Brisbane. Auckland could see a shower Sunday, drier through Monday.
I'm police, get on the floor! Get on the floor!
This had the potential, had they been successful, to be the most deadly terrorist attack in UK history.
We first of all will need 4 automatic guns. Every piece will have to have 200 bullets.
They planned to kill and injure hundreds of Jews living in Britain.
In the right environment, could have been tens if not hundreds of people could have been hurt or killed.
For those who would have been in the firing line, it was a chilling close call.
It's a realisation that vile Jew hatred and violence against Jewish people is not a relic from the past.
They were driven by extreme Islamist ideology.
Are you a supporter of ISIS?
Do you want to answer? Yes.
You are?
Yes.
But unknown to the plotters, one of their number was not what he seemed. He was working for the police.
I'm on a Turkish adventure, combining my love of food with history. And in the country's southeast, the dishes echo the old spice routes, and the stories reach back to the dawn of civilization. Join me, Julie Lynn, for World's Ultimate Adventures on BBC News.
The fearsome display of cartel violence this week has shaken Mexicans who are trying to get back to normal. But what does the killing of El Mencho mean for Mexico? Join me, Will Grant, on BBC News.
We are into the knockout stage of the Champions League season as top teams across Europe try to reach the final in Budapest at the end of May. We'll have all the latest results, features and interviews right here on BBC News, as well as online on the website and app.
Here at BBC Verify, we use forensic investigative techniques and tools to fact-check stories, verify information and counter disinformation. Using data analysis and the latest technology, our journalists examine the evidence and get to the facts. Watch our BBC Verify reports on the BBC News channel or go online to find out more.
Welcome back to World News America. Returning to our top story, the former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton speaking to the media after testifying about Jeffrey Epstein before the House Oversight Committee. She said she answered every single one of their questions as fully as she could and called for the transcript of that hearing to be released. She added that she never knew Epstein and only knew his accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell as a casual acquaintance. She was speaking to the media earlier, as we mentioned. Take a listen to what she had to say.
So we had to cease the hearing for a period of time until we could get assurances that no rules would be broken going forward, and we returned to answer questions repetitively, literally over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and a series of questions about Pizzagate, one of the most vile, bogus conspiracy theories that was propagated on the internet, that was serving as the basis of a member's questions to me. I want to commend Chairman Comer for raising a series of significant questions that I responded to about the nature of the investigation and the areas that I thought should be explored. So I appreciated that. I want to see the truth come out. So that was a reassuring way to end a very long, repetitive deposition.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how you have processed and reacted to the fact that the former president, your husband, Bill Clinton, is referenced in the Epstein files numerous times, including in some photos featuring women? And how have you been personally preparing for the deposition that is coming tomorrow? Are you 100% confident that there isn't anything that the former president knows about Epstein's crimes?
I am, and I think the chronology of the connection that he had with Epstein ended several years before anything about Epstein's criminal activities came to light, and that he was charged and sadly given a sweetheart deal, which, as I said in my statement, had that not happened, perhaps his predatory behavior could have been stopped earlier. But I think it is fair to say that the vast majority of people who had contact with him before his criminal pleas in 2008 were like most people. They did not know what he was doing. And I think that that is exactly what my husband will testify to tomorrow.
All right, time for our political panel now. Joining us, Joe Cunningham, former Democratic congressman from South Carolina, and T.W. Arrighi, Republican strategist and former senior communications aide to Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo. Joe, just to start with you here, we heard there from Hillary Clinton. What do you make of some of the details that she gave us about what took place during today's testimony?
Yeah, to me, there are no surprises that really came out. I mean, this investigation should be about the facts. It should be about the victims and accountability, not political theater. And the focus should be on who enabled Epstein and how it was allowed to go on for so long, and what institutions failed. And we really didn't get any of that out of this testimony today that I've seen in the news.
TW, do you agree there that this was political theater?
Well, I won't know for sure until I see the video come out, but one thing is certain, and that's the Clintons as a family had a relationship with Epstein. And like James Comer said, this is not just about Bill Clinton's conduct with Jeffrey Epstein and the many photos we saw of him with redacted faces and women in pools and such. This is more about uncovering the network, getting more information about the people around Jeffrey Epstein. We know multiple people in the Clinton orbit, like Helen Dershowitz in the 90s and Larry Summers were involved with Jeffrey Epstein. We know other associates were involved. This is really trying to get color into the whole network of Epstein's connections, his money, and how he was able to facilitate this horrible network of trafficking women.
Well, Congressman, Bill Clinton will be testifying on Friday, tomorrow. Do you think that he does have some important questions to answer, maybe some information that could help this investigation?
Not compared to all the other leads that could be followed. I mean, President Trump's name is mentioned more times than anyone's in the Epstein files. And so, subpoenaing a former president to testify, it does set a precedent. So when the shoe's on the other foot, you can all but guarantee that Democrats are going to subpoena and request that President Trump come and testify to this.
Joe, just to stay with you, do you think that President Trump should testify?
Well, like if you're playing on a level playing field, then yes. If you're calling people whose names have been mentioned in the Epstein files, regardless of whether or not they've been president or not, then I think it's going to be only a matter of time.
TW, how about you? Would you like to see President Trump, who is mentioned, and again, just being mentioned in the files is not any indication of wrongdoing, but should the current president speak to this committee?
Well, I'm sure the Democrats are going to try to get the president and Secretary Lutnick to testify, but I think it bears repeating that it was Donald Trump who was one of the first calls to the FBI back in 2006 telling them, you got to look into this guy. It was years before that Donald Trump threw him out of Mar-a-Lago because he was taking women, one of which was Virginia Giuffre, the late Epstein survivor. So I want all the facts out there. I want everyone held to account. But I think that the way Donald Trump has conducted himself as it pertains to Jeffrey Epstein, especially 20 plus years ago, is notable in that context.
Well, TW, what about the Republican Party itself? Because we heard there from Hillary Clinton during that press conference. She said that towards the end of this hearing, she was being asked about UFOs. They were asking her about Pizzagate, the really kind of ridiculous on its face conspiracy theory about kidnapping children. And then, to add on to that, Republicans did not go to depose Les Wexner, who was also named in the Epstein files and has denied any wrongdoing there. But do you think the Republican Party is taking this investigation seriously enough?
Well, they are actually going to talk to more people some of the people who helped run his estate, other people in Epstein's orbit. This is far from over. As for the questions of UFOs, I don't know. I haven't seen the tape. Obviously, Pizzagate is a conspiracy theory, but many people have pointed out the repeated and bizarre references that seem to be code words in Epstein's emails, including getting pizza and grape soda. Those do need to be looked into, and those are legal scholars saying it, and Democrats, not just me. There's plenty of stuff that we need to ask, and things that once seemed ridiculous now don't seem so ridiculous. They seem incredibly dark, and I think every lead should be followed.
Congressman, what do you make of the way the Republican Party has been proceeding with this investigation?
Well, look, I think Secretary Lutnick testified and misled members of Congress by his testimony. By and large, there's more people in President Trump's administration associated with Epstein, and this shouldn't be partisan. We should have a bipartisan effort focused on the systemic failures which led to this instead of selective outrage. But I don't give any credence to Pizzagate or any of those types of conspiracy theories.
Let's just talk about Iran. I think we could talk about the Clintons testifying pretty much all day, but still no deal at this point after a third round of negotiations now. TW, at what point do you think President Trump's patience starts to run out here?
Yeah, we're getting awfully close, and there seems to be global alignment on one core fact, and that is that the greatest global sponsor of terrorism cannot have a nuclear weapon. They have technology that can reach Europe, missiles that can reach Europe. They know that the JCPOA under Obama did not stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. It just prolonged it. And they turned those dials up the second that was over, underscoring a core point. Iran wants nuclear weapons. And Donald Trump has said that is fully unacceptable. He said, I'll meet you at the negotiating table. Tell me what you will do and what your answer will be. And if not, we will strike. But it's clear that the Iranian regime has the blood of hundreds upon hundreds of Americans and tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Iranians on their hands. They want to use a nuclear weapon against Israel and against America. And I think it's up to the world to stand up and say, absolutely not. The regime is at its weakest point that we have seen in decades. The time for pressure is now, and we will see what happens in the days ahead.
Congressman Cunningham, how do you view this, and do you think that the potential now for U.S. military action against Iran went up a notch today with no deal being struck?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think it's too early to tell. But I mean, I agree completely with TW on the point that the goal is very simple here. It's to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I mean, and diplomacy is a tool. It's not concession, but it's got to be backed by some type of verification and some leverage. And so I think we all have our eye on the ball to prevent Iran from obtaining that nuclear weapon and, use the points of leverage to the extent that we can to achieve that goal.
All right, Joe Cunningham, former Democratic Congressman, T.W. Riggy, Republican strategist and former senior communications aide to Lindsey Graham and to Mike Pompeo. Thank you to you both.
Thank you.
All right, some breaking news now for you, and Netflix is dropping its bid to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, saying it will not financially match a rival offer from Paramount Skydance that it deemed superior. That clears the path for Paramount now to win that takeover battle. Warner Brothers had put itself up for sale last year. Both companies have been vying for it in a drawn-out saga. The bidding war also drew attention, of course, from the White House. President Trump insisting that he might have a say in the final outcome. We'll have more on that breaking news for you as we get it. Well, around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
Progress is a shared journey. For 6 decades, the Kuwait Fund has navigated the global tides of change to support international development, progress, and shared prosperity. From transport and agriculture to infrastructure, schooling, healthcare, and renewable energy, our fund has helped other nations as they prosper and grow. With an array of loans, grants, and technical advice, we've helped plot a course towards development and growth through projects in more than 100 nations. And because we understand that a rising tide lifts all boats, we've supported projects in communities large and small, delivering the good fortune of our past as a positive future for all. The Kuwait Fund, Partners in Development.
You're live with BBC News. Pakistan says it's carried out retaliatory strikes in Afghanistan after the Taliban said it had attacked multiple Pakistani army positions along the country's shared border. Islamabad accused Kabul of what it called unprovoked fire in Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. The military operation by Afghanistan followed Pakistani airstrikes over the weekend in which the Taliban say at least 18 people were killed. Islamabad said those strikes were in response to a series of deadly suicide blasts on its soil. Pakistan regularly accuses Afghanistan of giving safe haven to militants, which the Taliban denies. Well, Cuba says the 10 men on board a U.S.-registered speedboat it intercepted on Wednesday were trying to infiltrate the country with terrorist aims. 4 of the men were killed in an exchange of fire with Cuba's Coast Guard. The other 6 were injured and taken into custody. Cuban officials said they seized assault rifles, Molotov cocktails, and other military-style gear from the boat, and that everyone on board were U.S.-based Cubans. The Cuban government said the U.S. authorities were willing to cooperate with their investigation. Now, footage has emerged from the occupied West Bank showing members of the Israeli military shooting a 14-year-old Palestinian boy and then standing around for at least 45 minutes while he bled to death. The Israeli military has accused the boy of throwing a rock. His parents say footage of the incident last November shows soldiers planting something next to him after he was shot. The BBC's Joel Gunter sent us this report from the West Bank and a warning: you may find some of the images distressing.
The boy lying on the ground is 14-year-old Jad Jadallah. He has been shot by Israeli soldiers. He will lie here for at least 45 minutes, surrounded by the soldiers, as he bleeds to death. Jad was born and raised in Al Farah refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. His father, Jihad, took us to the place where he was shot.
He's showing us the bullet holes where Jad was shot, and CCTV video shows Jad and his friends in this spot when Israeli soldiers appeared just a few meters away on this corner.
First, you see Jad's friend run up the alley. Then you see a soldier who appears to raise his rifle and shoot from close range. Jad appears to be hit before running a few meters and collapsing. The Israeli military has accused Jad of throwing a rock, which can, under their rules of engagement, permit them to respond with lethal force. But this sequence shows an Israeli soldier dropping something next to Jad after he was shot. The object seems to be heavy. The soldier steps back before stepping forward again and appearing to take a picture. Jad's mother, Safa, says this footage shows the soldier planting a rock to frame her son.
They dropped a stone by his hand so they could frame him and make it look like he was throwing stones at them. Anyone who watches the video will see it.
The Israeli military told the BBC they gave Jad initial medical treatment, but they refused to give any more detail. In the video, the soldiers appear to ignore repeated attempts by Jad to get their attention. Local paramedics arrived on the scene within minutes, but were blocked at gunpoint by Israeli soldiers. One of them told us they could have saved Jad's life.
We tried to advance several times, tried signaling them to let us reach the child, but we were completely blocked.
According to the UN, Israeli forces have killed 227 Palestinian children in the West Bank since the October 7th attacks. In some cases, including Jad's, they have refused to return the body. The families say it is deliberate cruelty.
I want my son. I want to bury him. They have the right to bury their children. I want the right to bury my son. They already killed him, but they won't give him back to us, and we don't know why.
We asked the Israeli military why they haven't returned Jad's body, but they declined to answer. Joel Gunter, BBC News in the occupied West Bank.
Well, Meta says it will introduce an Instagram feature to alert parents if their child searches terms related to suicide or self-harm on the platform. Child safety campaigners have described the tool as flimsy and warned it could do more harm than good. Tech giants have come under increasing pressure over recent months to do more to protect children. Here's Tom Simons.
If it can happen to our family, then it could happen to anybody.
This weekend, 30 cinemas will show Molly vs. the Machines, a documentary about Molly Russell, 14 when she took her own life after looking at suicide content on social media platforms. Instagram was one of them, and around 40% of teenagers have an account. Now Instagram's becoming the first social media platform to introduce suicide alerts. The system starts in the UK in 2 weeks' time. The notifications will be sent on Instagram, but also via email and messaging apps. Parents will be told that it looks like their child searched for content related to suicide or self-harm repeatedly over a short period of time. They can then click through to a page offering advice about what to do next. But Instagram will only know who a child's parents are if they've added them via their teen account. Those were introduced in 2024. And one concern about this is that children over 15 can opt out of teen accounts without telling their parents. But Molly Russell's father, Ian, now an online safety campaigner, thinks this whole approach is wrong.
Instead of taking responsibility for the harms that they provide to young people, Meta are passing the buck and putting it on the shoulders of parents yet again. They could sort this. Bigger picture, they could stop their algorithms suggesting harmful content to keep young people online. That would be safe. That would keep parents happy. That's what they need to do.
Instagram says it blocks content encouraging suicide or self-harm. Its critics say not well enough. And there was a range of responses at this sixth form college in London.
I think it's a really good idea because protecting the children should be the #1 priority of all companies.
But also at the same time, it could also be really invasive for the child who might not want their parents to know about this, or their parents might be causing them to access this material or to, have certain ideations of suicide or self-harm.
But politicians are talking about a ban on children using social media, so the platforms are under pressure. Tom Simons, BBC News.
Well, that all comes, of course, as a landmark court case is taking place involving Meta and other social media giants. On Thursday, a 20-year-old plaintiff known as KGM testified that she began using Instagram at age 9 and YouTube at age 6. She says the platforms contributed to her depression and body dysmorphia. Her lawyers claim that Meta and Google aim to profit off of children becoming hooked, despite knowing that it could harm their mental health. YouTube and Meta have denied those allegations and say evidence in the case does not support the woman's claims. Let's return now to Manchester. That's where votes are being counted in the Gordon and Denton by-election. Locals are voting for their new Member of Parliament after the resignation of former Labour MP Andrew Gwynn last month on the grounds of ill health. It's expected to be a close race between Labour, Reform and the Green Party as Labour tries to defend that seat. We can talk to Hannah Bunting now, senior lecturer in quantitative British politics and the co-director of the Election Centre at the University of Exeter. Great to have you on. Just remind us, why are so many eyes on this by-election there in Manchester?
Yeah, good evening. It's quite an important contest, particularly for the Labour government. By-elections are often thought of as a bit of a test of the approval, and particularly because in this constituency, the Labour Party had a huge majority, and it's one of those Labour strongholds. So it's somewhere where you wouldn't expect them to lose unless there are large swathes of their own supporters who are unhappy with their performance.
Yeah, you mentioned really a pretty solidly Labour area there, about 4 decades, really. If Labour finishes maybe a close first or does indeed lose this seat, what would it be able to read into this? What lessons do you think the party would take from that?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, really, because, these by-elections, then they don't ultimately translate exactly to a general election result. So we can't necessarily say that this result would be replicated at a general election, but it does give an indication of how people are feeling, and particularly, as I said, in an area like that where it's largely Labour supporters, if they are also turning away from that party that they elected, not too long ago, then that does give an indication that people are unhappy with the Labour government performance. But I'm also going to be looking at the turnout rates. Now, this is a seat that even in the general election had a low turnout rate. And in by-elections, we know that that drops again because we don't have those national campaigns, only the local ones. And so even if it is a loss or whoever does win this seat, if they do so on A, a low percentage of the vote, and then B, a low turnout, we can't really say that it's sort of a decisive victory.
Let's talk about the other parties here. And we mentioned this was going to be a close race. What is it about Reform UK and the Greens? What has them kind of surging in this particular area? And we should say also, in other constituencies, of course, across the UK.
Yeah, so it doesn't really matter what type of election we look at in Britain at the moment, whether that is a parliamentary by-election like this one, whether it's local council elections that happen each May, or whether it's council by-elections that tend to happen at least somewhere in the country every week. wherever you look, voters are turning away from the two main parties, so from both Labour and the Conservatives. And by and large, they are going to the Green Party and to Reform. So I think this is just another case where, instead of looking at those two main parties where they're not happy with the Conservative government that we've just had, they're not necessarily happy with the Labour Party that we have now. So they're looking for those credible alternatives, and Reform and the Greens are both rising to be that on each ends of the ideological spectrum.
Hannah, counting underway now. Do we have a sense of when we can expect results?
I think it will be sometime between 3 and 6 a.m. our time. If it's not as close as we think it would be, then it's going to be closer to 3 a.m. Whereas if it is very, very close, then we might have 1 or even 2 recounts, which will push us sort of later into the morning.
All right, yeah, really one that everyone's watching. Again, you can see some of those live pictures there, the camera moving around a bit, but the counting now underway there in central Manchester in that by-election. Hannah Bunting, Senior Lecturer in Quantitative British Politics, Co-Director of the Election Centre. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, before we go, a reminder, you can always find the day's top stories on our website. That's bbc.com/news. And of course, you can check out what we are working on anytime. Head to your favorite social media site. You can see there our top story right now. Hillary Clinton, of course, testifying there in New York, and the former President Bill Clinton expected to testify on Friday. I'm Carl Nassman. Thank you for watching World News America.
Under the ocean, I feel a great sense of fairness. I feel as if I am one with all of existence. As a chef at the French restaurant in Tokyo, I'm always trying to create something that's tasty, that fills our hearts. Most of my ideas come from going to see things for myself. From listening to the farmer about their daily realities and researchers who strive to support an environment rich with delicious food through innovation.
日本だけでも約1500種類の食用海藻が存在します。今、海水温の上昇により海藻と海藻を基盤とする経済はますます危機にさらされる可能性があります。私たちが先駆けて開発した解決策の一つが海藻の陸上栽培です。年間を通じた安定供給を目指しています。海藻の栽培によって海の生き物や海沿いの人々の生活に有益な環境を作る機会につながります。
おいしい。
海藻は海の野菜とも呼ばれます。いつか皆さんがスーパーでさまざまな海藻を選び、私たちの海と地域経済を支えることを願っています。
My primary goal is always deliciousness. And for me, true deliciousness reverberates from the people who grow the ingredients through our daily lives and into a more hopeful future.
I'm on a Turkish adventure, combining my love of food with history. And in the country's southeast, the dishes echo the old spice routes and the stories reach back to the dawn of civilization. Join me, Julie Lynn, for World's Ultimate Adventures on BBC News.
The fearsome display of cartel violence this week has shaken Mexicans who are trying to get back to normal. But what does the killing of El Mencho mean for Mexico? Join me, Will Grant, on BBC News.
We are into the knockout stage of the Champions League season as top teams across Europe try to reach the final in Budapest at the end of May. We'll have all the latest results, features and interviews right here on BBC News, as well as online on the website and app.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. Hillary Clinton says she has no information on any crimes committed by the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a deposition in New York.
I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices.
The U.S. and Iran hold high-stakes nuclear talks in Geneva. Mediators say significant progress was made, but the chances of a deal to avert conflict remain unclear. Hello, I'm Carl Nassman. Welcome to the program. Hillary Clinton, the former U.S. Secretary of State, Democratic presidential candidate, former First Lady, she insisted Thursday that she never met Jeffrey Epstein after she gave a closed-door interview to the U.S. Congressional Committee investigating the late sex offender's crimes. Of course, her husband, former President Bill Clinton, is due to be interviewed tomorrow. The former president has said that he took trips on Epstein's plane in the early 2000s for his foundation's work. And neither Bill nor Hillary Clinton are accused of any wrongdoing. The Republican-run House Oversight Committee says it will release a transcript of the full hearing as soon as possible. Well, speaking afterwards, Mrs. Clinton said that the hearing should have been public in the first place, and she took aim at its Republican members for their line of questioning.
Literally over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times.
All right, let's get more down with our North America correspondent, Simi Jolosho. And Simi, we heard a bit there from Ms. Clinton. Just bring us up to speed. What more did the former Secretary of State have to say about today's testimony?
Hillary Clinton said the entire deposition was long and repetitive. She said that she had testified that she had met Ghislaine Maxwell only as an acquaintance, and that she didn't know Jeffrey Epstein. She hadn't gone to any of his homes, his offices, or his island. She said pretty much the same thing that she had shared in a statement ahead of the deposition. She did say it later became unusual that she was asked about unidentified flying objects, and that she was asked about conspiracy theories like Pizzagate. She also said that she is disappointed that the hearing wasn't made public. And not only that, but a member of the committee violated that closed-door rule by sharing a photograph of her during her testimony. And she says that suggests that committee members might violate other rules.
The former President Bill Clinton, he'll be testifying tomorrow in front of the same committee. What can we expect there, and what did his wife Hillary Clinton have to say about that?
Well, former President Bill Clinton has denied knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. He said that he cut off contact with him 2 decades ago. Hillary Clinton was asked about Bill Clinton being questioned, asked whether she feels confident in her husband, and she said she did. She said that Jeffrey Epstein had received what she called a sweetheart deal in 2008, and because of that deal, he could have been stopped earlier from committing further crimes. And she said that Bill Clinton is likely to say something along those lines, that he did not know of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes.
All right, our North America correspondent there, Simi Jolosho. Simi, thank you very much. Well, it was a big day for diplomacy in Geneva, Switzerland, where U.S. officials held talks on both Iran and Ukraine. Trump's envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, met with the Ukrainian delegation to discuss a possible ceasefire and end to Russia's war in the country, with another round of talks in the works for early next month. And earlier in the day, U.S. and Iranian officials meeting for a third round of pivotal nuclear talks, which are seen as crucial to averting a military conflict. Oman, which is acting as a mediator, says that creative ideas were exchanged during a session that lasted around 3 hours or so. Oman's foreign minister said officials finished the day after significant progress in negotiations, adding that discussions on a technical level will take place next week in Vienna. Thursday's talks, of course, come amid ongoing threats of military action from President Trump and a massive U.S. naval buildup in the Middle East. Iran has so far resisted U.S. demands to stop the enrichment of uranium, but it has indicated that it's prepared to offer some concessions regarding its nuclear program. All right, joining me now in studio is Ambassador James Jeffrey, former special U.S. representative to Syria and former ambassador to Iraq and Turkey, now a senior fellow at the Washington Institute. Always great to have you here. Great to have you in studio. What do you make of some of these signals we heard today? We didn't really hear much from the U.S., but some positive signals maybe from Iranian officials.
Well, Kyle, thanks for having me on. And first, the really big picture. What the Trump administration is trying to do is to lock in long-term the victory of the U.S., Israel, and other countries over Iran and proxies in the last 2 years. And central to that is ensuring they never develop a nuclear weapon. What we saw today was talks that were successful enough to allow another round next week. Thus, we can assume no military action. And next week in Geneva, which is the home of the International Atomic Energy Agency, there will be technical level people. That means that they're getting into the details of probably inspection. What will come out of this, nobody can say. We've seen this before. Take with a grain of salt diplomatic terms like, we're making progress, we had a good day, things were resolved. This is what we say when we don't have anything better to say.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I guess at the same time, a lot of people are following the progress here because it feels like there's a lot on the line. The U.S. has moved so much of its military assets there to the region. What would you be watching for when it comes to progress? What would signal a meaningful step forward in any kind of negotiation?
The biggest step, but I don't think you're going to see this, would be a reduction of the American forces in their alert status. I don't think that will happen until President Trump is sure that a deal is on the table to, in terms of what he said at the State of the Union speech, that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. That means either no or only token enrichment. At that point, I think you'll see a reduction of military pressure and then negotiating the details. We're not there yet.
It's interesting that you mentioned the State of the Union speech earlier this week. You know, the president did touch on Iran and some of those negotiations there. Do you think he did enough to kind of lay out exactly what his objective is? He began earlier, really last month, by talking about, saying this was about the protesters and stopping Iran from cracking down on the protest movement. He's also mentioned the nuclear program, ballistic missiles, their proxies in the region. Is it clear even what the president really wants, what the key issue is in these negotiations?
I think so. Again, it is to lock in what we have all succeeded in doing over the past 2 years. And central to him, and rightly so, is the nuclear portfolio. The missiles issue is a huge one for Israel, and Israel independently could launch a round of attacks if they see the missiles continuing to be regenerated and built up, which we are seeing. But Trump has decided his whole focus, and he made that clear in the State of the Union address, is on the nuclear program, and that's where it should be.
When it comes to that nuclear program, obviously we saw last year these strikes on a couple of different sites there in Iran. President Trump saying, those sites have been completely obliterated. Do we know now what Iran's nuclear capabilities are? What exactly is the U.S. facing in terms of trying to get that to stop, I guess, in Iran?
There's superb intelligence, and it's now clear that while obliterate is a little bit of hyperbole, we did massive damage to Iran's existing capabilities, enriched uranium supplies, particularly the 60% in Fodro and elsewhere. So they have to start all over again, but they're capable of doing it. They have very talented and experienced technicians and engineers, and they have a national commitment to do this because that's who they are. They're a wannabe hegemon in the region, and they need nuclear weapons if possible.
Just to look ahead here, this was a third round of talks. Do you get a sense of how long the U.S. and President Trump are willing to let this process go before they might resort to some sort of other action, military or otherwise?
First, there's never a technical or hard use-by date for American forces, but particularly for ships. You get to the point where you really have to relieve some of these ships, and we don't have a whole lot of other ships to put in place. So that's one consideration. The other is the president is keeping us all on tenterhooks over this, because if there is military action, it could escalate into something far more dangerous and far more expansive than we have seen at any time since the Iraq War in 2003. Nobody, beginning with Trump, wants that.
Yeah.
So he's going to push for something he can claim as a victory.
Ambassador James Jeffrey, now a senior fellow at the Washington Institute. Thank you as always. Thanks for being here in the studio. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
Progress is a shared journey. For 6 decades, the Kuwait Fund has navigated the global tides of change to support international development, progress, and shared prosperity. From transport and agriculture to infrastructure, schooling, healthcare, and renewable energy, our fund has helped other nations as they prosper and grow. With an array of loans, grants, and technical advice, we've helped plot a course towards development and growth through projects in more than 100 nations. And because we understand that a rising tide lifts all boats, we've supported projects in communities large and small, delivering the good fortune of our past as a positive future for all. The Kuwait Fund, Partners in Development.
You're live with BBC News. Polls have just closed in the Gorton and Denton by-election in Greater Manchester. The Labour Party hoping to defend that seat from Reform UK and the Greens. Results there being watched closely as a key test for the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. The by-election follows the resignation due to ill health of the now former MP Andrew Gwynn. Let's go live now to our correspondent, Jack Fenwick. Jack, you're there. I believe ballots being counted where you are. Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, that has been that was started a few minutes ago, but it will be a fairly long process. We're not expecting any sort of result for a good few hours yet. Now, as you say, this is a tight 3-horse race between Labour, the Greens and Reform, and these sorts of by-elections really matter, not because they affect the parliamentary arithmetic in Westminster, it's only 1 seat out of 650, but because they're very important for the political mood music. This has been a safe Labour area for generations, but if Labour do manage to hold on to this seat, it will be with a much reduced share of the vote. But nevertheless, that will be a big sigh of relief for the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, and his allies, who, let's not forget, have had a bruising few weeks and months. Now, if Labour lose this seat, questions will be asked of the Prime Minister from people within his own party about his controversial decision to block Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, from being the Labour Party candidate here. Now, Mr Burnham has been on the campaign trail a lot. Some people in the Labour camp say that if they do manage to get over the line and win this seat, that it will be largely thanks to his campaigning. But as I say, if they don't, there will be questions for the Prime Minister. Now, if the Green Party pick up this seat, they will say that that is clear evidence that they are able to challenge the Labour Party for votes on the left of British politics. No doubt if that is what happens, then some within the Labour Party may want to see Sir Keir Starmer move to the left. On the other hand, if Reform UK win this seat, they will say that that is evidence that they are able to turn their current lead in the polls into genuine votes on the ground. And no doubt they will want people to read into what may happen in crucial elections coming up in May and beyond. Now, this is quite an interesting constituency in that it's made up of some quite distinct different parts. One area of the constituency has a lot of Muslim voters and a lot of students. That's where the Green Party have been targeting. Another area of the constituency is much more white working class. That's where Reform have been targeting. Labour have been trying to share the vote between those two areas. It's also been quite a tense campaign. It's not been particularly friendly between the parties. And one story bubbling up tonight is that a group of election observers have said that there has been a concerningly high level of what's called family voting. Now, family voting is an election offence whereby when somebody is in the polling booth, there is a member of their family with them intending to influence that vote. Now, we have heard from the returning officer here, who is the official responsible for overseeing the election. They say that there was no evidence they saw of this family voting, and that if this election observing group had seen any of it, then they should have reported it during polling hours. We don't yet know what this all means, but I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes a point of contention as the night goes on.
Yeah, that was something that was leveled by Nigel Farage himself, I believe, earlier on social media. Jack Fenwick, our political correspondent there, thank you very much. We'll continue to check in with you throughout the evening. Well, back here in the U.S., a Columbia University student from Azerbaijan has been released from federal custody after she was taken from her residence hall by federal agents on Thursday. Eli Agajeva's detainment garnered national attention and ignited protests there on the campus after she said that she was illegally arrested. Columbia University acting president said in a statement, "Our understanding at this time is that federal agents made misrepresentation to gain entry to the building to search for a missing person." DHS says the agents did in fact identify themselves and that the student's visa was revoked in 2016 for failing to attend classes. Now, separately, U.S. immigration authorities are coming under scrutiny after a nearly blind refugee from Myanmar was found dead in upstate New York. The 56-year-old had been missing since February 19th when U.S. Border Patrol agents dropped him off at a coffee shop after releasing him from detention. The top U.S. Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer said the agents, quote, seemingly abandoned him in the cold far from his home without telling his loved ones. Customs and Border Protection said immigration agents established that the refugee could not be deported and therefore offered him a lift to a warm, safe location near his last known address, adding that he showed, quote, no signs of distress, mobility issues, or disabilities requiring special assistance. Well, I've been speaking to Camila Montoya Gonzalez, a CBS News immigration reporter, about both of those cases.
Well, Amina Agajeva has now been released from the custody of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which arrested her earlier this morning at Columbia University. According to school officials, Agajeva was arrested around 6:30 a.m. local time here in New York City. And according to the school, ICE officials were making false pretenses and providing false information to try to gain entry into the building that she was sleeping in. According to the Department of Homeland Security, Agajeva is somebody who had their visa revoked and terminated and was at this point living in the country illegally and subject to deportation. But now, as you underscored, she has been released after New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani had a conversation with President Donald Trump, who, after that conversation, ordered ICE officials apparently to release this woman from ICE custody. And now we understand that she's back at Columbia University. But it really does underscore that the administration's crackdown on immigration has been far-reaching in scope, and that many of these arrests are increasingly garnering a lot of controversy and outcry. We saw a protest be triggered really soon after the arrest was announced and publicized, and obviously now the mayor has intervened, and that, I think, has led to her being released for the time being.
And Camilo, separately in Buffalo, New York, a Rohingya refugee who was almost blind has died after he was released from detention by Border Patrol agents there. What more do we know about that case, which is also now getting a lot of attention?
Yeah, no, this is a really tragic story. Local officials in Buffalo are now demanding a full investigation into the circumstances of the death of that Rohingya refugee from Burma or Myanmar, whose body was found on Tuesday. As you underscored, local officials say he had medical conditions and that he was nearly blind. According to local officials, Nurul Amin Shah Alama had been in local custody in Erie County, New York on assault and weapons charges, and that he had been released from that local custody about a week and a half ago. After that release from local custody, Border Patrol, that federal immigration agency here, picked him up and tried to detain him, but they soon realized, Carl, that he's actually in the country legally as a lawful refugee, and that they had no legal basis or grounds to detain and to process him for deportation. So what they did was to drop him off and leave him at a local coffee shop. That is when, according to the family, which was never notified according to them, that they lost track of this man. Several days later, his body was found unresponsive, and he has now been pronounced dead. The local officials in Buffalo, Carl, are saying that federal officials are really at fault here, that they should have handled this case with care. One of the officials, the mayor of Buffalo actually, Sean Ryan, said, "A vulnerable man, nearly blind and unable to speak English, was left alone on a cold winter night with no known attempt to leave him in a safe, secure location." He called the death preventable. Customs and Border Protection, for its own part, has said that Border Patrol agents offered Mr. Alam, the Rohingya refugee, a courtesy ride, which he chose to accept to a coffee shop determined to be a warm and safe location near his last known address. The agency added that it shows that the agency added that the man showed no signs of distress, mobility issues, or disabilities requiring special assistance. So right now we're still trying to gather more facts, Carl, but the case is nonetheless very tragic.
Well, footage has emerged from the occupied West Bank showing members of the Israeli military shooting a 14-year-old Palestinian boy and then standing around for at least 45 minutes while he bled to death. The Israeli military has accused the boy of throwing a rock. His parents say footage of the incident last November shows soldiers planting something next to him after he was shot. The BBC's Joel Gunter sent us this report from the West Bank, a warning you may find some of the images distressing.
The boy lying on the ground is 14-year-old Jad Jadallah. He has been shot by Israeli soldiers. He will lie here for at least 45 minutes, surrounded by the soldiers, as he bleeds to death. Jad was born and raised in Al Farah refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. His father, Jihad, took us to the place where he was shot. He's showing us the bullet holes where Jad was shot, and CCTV video shows Jad and his friends in this spot when Israeli soldiers appeared just a few meters away on this corner. First, you see Jad's friend run up the alley. Then you see a soldier who appears to raise his rifle and shoot from close range. Jad appears to be hit before running a few meters and collapsing. The Israeli military has accused Jad of throwing a rock, which can, under their rules of engagement, permit them to respond with lethal force. But this sequence shows an Israeli soldier dropping something next to Jad after he was shot. The object seems to be heavy. The soldier steps back before stepping forward again and appearing to take a picture. Jad's mother, Safa, says this footage shows the soldier planting a rock to frame her son.
They dropped a stone by his hand so they could frame him and make it look like he was throwing stones at them. Anyone who watches the video will see it.
The Israeli military told the BBC they gave Jad initial medical treatment. but they refused to give any more detail. In the video, the soldiers appear to ignore repeated attempts by Jad to get their attention. Local paramedics arrived on the scene within minutes, but were blocked at gunpoint by Israeli soldiers. One of them told us they could have saved Jad's life.
We tried to advance several times, tried signaling them to let us reach the child, but we were completely blocked.
According to the UN, Israeli forces have killed 227 Palestinian children in the West Bank since the October 7th attacks. In some cases, including Jad's, they have refused to return the body. The families say it is deliberate cruelty.
I want my son. I want to bury him. They have the right to bury their children. I want the right to bury my son. They already killed him, but they won't give him back to us, and we don't know why.
We asked the Israeli military why they haven't returned Jad's body, but they declined to answer. Joel Gunter, BBC News in the occupied West Bank.
All right, some breaking news now. Netflix dropping its bid to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, saying it will not financially match a rival offer from Paramount Skydance that was deemed superior. This clears the way for Paramount to win that takeover battle. Pending, of course, regulatory approval, Paramount will now not only own Warner Brothers and HBO, but also many popular cable networks. That includes CNN. The CEO of Paramount, David Ellison, is the son of Larry Ellison, a longtime ally of President Trump. Well, Denmark's prime minister says the country will hold snap parliamentary elections next month. Mette Frederiksen, who currently leads a coalition government, is hoping voters will deliver a strong mandate for her Social Democrats party. Opinion polls suggest her popularity surged in recent months after her defiant stance against pressure from President Trump to take over Greenland. Ms. Frederiksen has been rallying European leaders against the U.S.'s renewed interest in taking over the autonomous Danish territory. I'm Carl Nassman here in Washington. Stay with us. There's lots more coming up at the top of the hour right here on ABC News.
Hello there. Forecast for Australia and New Zealand coming up shortly. First of all, though, let's take a look at what's happening through Asia at the moment. Satellite picture is picking up some shower cloud, not quite as extensive, particularly across the Philippines in comparison to where we were a week ago. Some showers across Vietnam and into North Thailand, but the heaviest of the rain is that little bit further north and it's impacting central and southern areas of China. Behind the rain, it's a little bit cooler, but temperatures will recover a touch into northern China. We've got quite a lot of cloud, but still relatively mild across Japan at the moment. So some heavy rain, particularly through Hong Kong, a few scattered showers into Vietnam, Cambodia. Not looking too bad, though, through Malaysia and Indonesia. And as I say, a drier story, 33 degrees across the Philippines. This is the impact then over the next few days. We'll see those temperatures on the up a little into Beijing, but Tokyo will see more rain Monday into Tuesday. Now over to Australia, it's quite unsettled. Western Australia is fine, settled and sunny, but across the Northern Territories, down through the spine of Australia, down into parts of Victoria, we'll see some wet weather, and that's all going to be spreading its way steadily south and east. So New South Wales and Victoria rather unsettled over the next few days. A quiet start to the weekend, but there will be some rain around as well for New Zealand. So looking somewhat like this, you can see that rain, some of it heavy across Canberra and Melbourne.
Inside the world's second tallest tower awaits a multi-sensory journey of opulence, where every culture touches the sky. A city of cities reaching the clouds. Burj Azizi, amazing on every level.
When the sun rises over the sea and the waves dance in the morning light, let the sun warmth guide your way. Through the trees, across the field. Every step, each passing day. This nature is a true piece of art.
We're here in Washington to find out what comes next.
Not only at home, but around the world.
The residential area where the crash occurred is massive.
Our correspondents give you the full story.
For a global perspective, join us on BBC World News America.
We are into the knockout stage of the Champions League season as top teams across Europe try to reach the final in Budapest at the end of May. We'll have all the latest results, features and interviews right here on BBC News, as well as online on the website and app.
I'm on a Turkish adventure, combining my love of food with history. And in the country's southeast, the dishes echo the old spice routes and the stories reach back to the dawn of civilization. Join me, Julie Lynn, for World's Ultimate Adventures on BBC News.
The fearsome display of cartel violence this week has shaken Mexicans who are trying to get back to normal. But what does the killing of El Mencho mean for Mexico? Join me, Will Grant, on BBC News.
Now on BBC News, exploring the latest innovation and technology shaping our lives, and with the inside track on global trends and advancements in the tech space today. From AI and robotics to health, climate, transport and gaming. Tech Now.
I'm headed to CES in Las Vegas, the biggest tech show on the planet, and I'm going to take you with me. Vegas, straight away it's loud. There's no easing you in. As soon as you stepped off the plane, it's as if someone's decided the volume for you.
To board at gate D25. We only have a mobile boarding pass.
Quick bit of background. CES has been going since the 1960s. There'll be thousands of companies there, from the biggest names all the way down to small startups just trying to get noticed. And it's not just one building. CES takes over huge parts of Las Vegas, which is going to mean a lot of walking, talking, and hunting for the tech which defines what is next. And what is next is crystal clear this year.
Everywhere you look, artificial intelligence is no longer a feature, it's the foundation. It's slipping into wearables, smart homes, and even health tech. Teams here are showing how the physical AI moves from the cloud to the device, enabling faster responses, contextual awareness, and everything just smarter.
It's a mindset you hear a lot here, especially from someone like will.i.am.
Supercharging humans with technology is what it's all about. You don't want to lose your humanity in the tech. You want to put the humanity in the tech.
He's putting that humanity into this, his AI agent, Morpho, and set it a challenge to write a rap about CES.
Lay it on me, homeboy.
Poof! I thought you were supposed to kick your verse, bro. You're supposed to be rapping.
Even AI can get stage fright.
Yo, CES floor, lights flashing bright. AI busting moves, futures in sight. Wearables blinking, health stats on blast. Flex screen phones, folding up fast. Robots dancing, serving up style. Smart homes linking, making life wild. Alright, cool. That's how we do it. I'm out.
Thanks, my little dude. You're the best.
And if AI can make music, what about the perfect haircut?
So Catherine, this looks interesting. Tell me about these hair clippers.
So this is Glide. It's the first smart hair clippers in the world.
So what kind of haircuts can it do?
Right now it's doing fades, buzz cuts, any short men's hairstyle.
So fades, actually that's my favorite kind of haircut.
All right, let's get started. I can do one on you.
Oh, on me? No. Do it on this.
Oh,
do it
I'm
on
sorry.
this.
I'm sorry.
These clippers feature auto-adjusting blades and a safety system which retracts if your angle is off.
I mean, he looks quite pleased with his haircut.
I'll stick with my barber. But that's CES. Right next to gimmicks, you'll find tech with real heart, built for care, not just convenience.
Jenny is a fully interactive, robotic, emotional support animal designed specifically for seniors with dementia and anyone else who cannot safely or practically care for a live animal. She will also respond to touch, of course, as you're doing right now, wagging her tail or moving around, and we never know exactly what she will do because she is an autonomous robot.
But not all robots are this gentle. This was one of the biggest draws on the floor, Unity's G1 humanoid robot. It's reading movement and calculating punches with algorithm-powered precision. But this human still took the win. Well, sort of.
That's how we do it. All right, I'm getting out.
After going a few rounds with a robot, you really start to appreciate tech that does the thinking for you.
Do you need a big flush or a little flush? This smart toilet relieves you of that decision by working out how long you've been sitting for. It also runs automatic urine analysis, as well as providing a heated seat and an all-important air deodorizer.
And from smart comfort to smart style, meet the two-faced watch, timeless on one side and smart connectivity on the other. And this bag has a screen that can become an accessory, art, logo, or just a mood. This year, it's all about fusion, like the Insta360 camera paired with the Pro 2 pocket printer. Shoot and then hold your photo in seconds. You can watch launches online all day. Here, you actually get to try stuff.
Hey, yo, you there?
See what needs further tweaking.
I'll give it a try.
And try things that definitely sounded better in the meeting. It's massive brands right next to tiny booths with ideas that could change your life or just look cool for 5 minutes. It's huge halls, chaos, crowds, the whole world's imagination crammed onto the show floors. And after all that,
it isn't just a tech show, it's a glimpse into tomorrow. A showcase of ambition, creativity, and a little bit of innovative madness. And that's just the beginning.
Tech to get us around is one of the big themes of CES. Everything from land to sea to air.
Back on land, Sony and Honda are working together on the Afeela.
All of these cars have Sony's entertainment capabilities, including PlayStation, remote gaming.
But what if you want to take your in-car gaming to the next level?
So in this game, I have to push all these bombs off the raft and keep the chest on. But as the car is moving, the raft is moving too in a similar motion. And if we brake, for example, you can see the raft takes a brake as well. Lots of people can game in the car using their phone or another device. What's the advantage to it being tied into the physics of the car?
So by using the actual live data, we're synchronizing this motion. The motion sickness comes when the visuals are not in line with the vestibular system, so basically your balancing system of your body. And having that synchronization, you're curing or improving the motion comfort by a lot. So by our system, we can allow gaming while driving for most of the people and having them enjoying such a good entertainment.
For now, this is something to keep passengers entertained, but could that change with autonomous driving?
I'm out, I'm dead.
Many of the world's major car brands are working towards autonomous vehicles, and now chipmaker Nvidia is getting in on the action. Their self-driving platform is going to be used in a Mercedes being released in the US this year. And this is Uber's design intent for their robotaxi, which will include this handy little screen so you know which Uber is yours.
We can also change the lights on the Halo so you can better identify it. So it actually has mainly a technical role in terms of housing the long-range LiDAR, but it also has a role in helping the consumer know that that's the vehicle they're looking for.
Uber disrupted this industry a number of years ago.
Yes.
And changed the way people are employed as well. What responsibility do you have to the drivers, the Uber drivers who are going to be out of a job once autonomous cars take over?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a responsibility that we take seriously. But because we are a company that disrupted an existing industry, we also are very realistic about the fact that self-driving technology is coming to the world, whether we are playing a role or not. We actually believe that 5 years from now, there will be more humans driving on Uber than today. And part of the reason for that is that the market is continuing to grow, but the other part of the reason for that is these are expensive vehicles to build and deploy, and it'll take a long time for them to become available widely.
Uber, of course, have competition in the race to bring robo-taxis to our roads.
One of the biggest announcements, though, is these robots building cars.
This is Atlas. Atlas can basically do most of the things that you can do with your own two hands. It's not as good at like dexterous, like super fine assembly stuff, but if you need stuff picked up, moved around, things plugged together, Atlas can do it.
It will start being deployed by Hyundai in 2028.
Factories are already very automated. There are already lots of robots in factories. Why do you now need a humanoid in there?
The big thing that's behind the desire for humanoids is flexibility. So Hyundai builds the most amazing automated car plants in the world. Like when they make a car body, it's actually close to 100% automated. But building a plant like that is this gargantuan engineering process, or it's so expensive to change. And so the idea with humanoid robots is just with software, you can completely change how a factory works and adapt to new products.
Working in the factory is probably just the beginning for these robots. More on that later in the programme. Now for a look at what else has been happening in tech. Deep beneath the Baltic Sea, a tunnel is currently under construction that will transform road and rail transport between Scandinavia and mainland Europe. 90 pre-made concrete and reinforced steel segments, each weighing over 700,000 tonnes, will be floated out to sea, then sunk before being linked up, piece by piece, like Lego. Amazing. The tunnel is due for completion by 2029. Now for another impressive transport project. This tired old railway bridge over the M6 motorway in Cumbria was demolished in the space of just one weekend. Its replacement has now arrived. The 130-metre long, 4,000-tonne pre-made bridge was manoeuvred into place over the space of, another single weekend. In fact, the contractors were so efficient, the whole project was completed 13 hours ahead of schedule. Finally, Amazon says it's successfully started drone flights out of its Darlington fulfilment centre. The northern city is the first location in the UK to launch Prime air delivery services. Eligible customers in the town will be able to receive packages weighing less than 2.5 kilograms within 2 hours once the service is fully up and running.
So this is it, but it's a normal house on a normal street. But that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? They're building a robot for homes. Hi, Natasha, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Very well, thanks. Hope you don't mind us rolling as soon as we got here. And can you describe what we're seeing here then? So you've got the robot. Off camera, there's someone wearing some of the similar kit.
Yeah.
How's it all working?
So we have a teleoperator who is wearing a suit to teleoperate the robot. Ideally, it should have its own mind. I mean, it sees a mess, it should be able to go and like clean it up because it thinks it's messy. And it should know what to do. Can it do that? Right now, it is getting trained to do that.
Yeah. As an MIT robotics dropout, Bapasha spun out a student project, quickly convincing investors to put money into her vision.
We believe today people have two aspirations, usually like a car and a house. In the future, they'll have three aspirations, a car and a house and a robot.
A few miles away, also in Palo Alto, another company has trained its bot to do some tasks completely on its own.
Yeah, Tony, how's it going?
Yeah.
Wow, it's a home. So, can it see me around it? Does it? Yeah. Can it?
Right now, it doesn't react to you. But it can perceive the world. Can you just go make us a cup of coffee?
It's after 2 p.m. Would you like me to go ahead and make that cup of coffee for you?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm on it, making your coffee now.
So Tony, can I just check with you? There's no one that we can't see doing this for the robot. This is all autonomous.
Yes, it's one single neural network controlling the whole body movement.
We watched Memo make a coffee, fold socks, load a dishwasher and clear a table slowly but smoothly, with one mistake.
Oh, holy. Oh. Yeah, this is very unexpected. So I think normally the way we train AI is to teleoperate the robot in people's homes or in other places and gather the data and train the AI. And what we're doing is different. Instead, we build these gloves. And people just wear the gloves in their homes and collect data for us. And that gives us really diverse data because we now see like more than 500 homes and also all the different ways they go about doing the task.
The staff allow cameras and sensors to record their every move at home. But Sunday plans to start shipping memos next year. So, if the bot needs to be remotely controlled, it will raise privacy considerations for customers.
Like there will be kids running around. Kids will be climbing on the robot, right? So we really want to make sure that we put safety as a most fundamental consideration when we design these robots.
Some robotics companies are already out in the wild, gathering training data in public.
Here it is.
Isaac's been trained by watching hundreds of hours of laundry folding. For the last couple of months though, it's been doing it on its own for real, here and in 6 other sites in San Francisco.
Deployment is the strategy. Nothing counts if it's sequestered away in a lab. This is the very task that we'll also be doing in homes. And here we get to prove that it works in the real world, bring down the time per article of clothing that we mold.
When you first put this robot here, how long did it take to do one t-shirt?
I think that we were looking at 230.
So already, what, in how many months?
That's in a month and a half.
In a month and a half. You've
Yeah.
got down to 130, just over 130.
We've planned to start shipping Isaacs to homes this year. They say it'll be able to tidy up and fold laundry, but it's not clear how much of that will be autonomous.
I actually didn't know how to do it properly until I saw this.
It's not just the US where people are getting excited about human-like robots. It's hard to get into China to film, but the humanoid robot industry is so hot that the government there recently warned a bubble might be building, set to burst. But it seems to be Silicon Valley startups like 1X that are making the biggest splash. The Norwegian-founded company moved here last year, and millions of dollars are riding on its bot Neo becoming a hit.
We've just walked up to see Neo in action, and someone is operating Neo right now and watering all the plants. I've just been told this is what they do all day. So there are people in the office operating Neo with a VR headset, carrying out tasks and testing all day long. Good accuracy. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Founder Bernd Bornich is pushing hard to get Neo out to homes later this year. He says thousands of people have already pre-ordered.
So what can Neo do right now for me in my home?
Yeah, so let me tell you what Neo does in my home. So does a pretty good job of like tidying, so like resetting my living room and my house in general, wiping surfaces, like cleaning the counter, like these kind of things.
And that's all someone with a VR headset?
It's a mix. It's a mix. So in my home, we have a lot of data. So a lot of the stuff in my home can get automated because we have data there. Periodically, someone kind of steps in and helps if the robot does not know exactly how to move on.
Early adopters will have to be comfortable then waiving their privacy when humans take charge. But Bernd promises Neo will be able to carry out many tasks itself by the time they start shipping.
A lot of our early customers are people that actually will have a lot of value from this. And For a very large subset of that, it will be way higher value than having a second car. Getting the right customers is more important in the beginning. Distribution with the right customers, so we can really use these amazing people that are early adopters to help us make this work.
Outside of the tech bubble, some, including the International Federation of Robotics, think it could take 20 years before domestic bots become truly useful and accepted. But AI robotics companies are convinced that things are moving fast, and eventually we'll all want one of their bots in our homes.
The digital health industry is booming, and with at-home health monitoring and wearables becoming ever more popular, there's certainly a buzz about it here at CES. Every year, the Withing Stands draws the crowd. The French company have released connected scales and smartwatches, but now there's something new, the body scan too.
It is just like a regular set of bathroom scales, but with a difference.
It's doing a cardiovascular scan.
The tests are run as I place my thumbs on the sensors, and it just takes 90 seconds.
These measurement capabilities are usually only accessible in clinical settings, and we have introduced them into a consumer device, easy to use.
But it is expensive.
For $5.99 in the US and $4.99 in Europe. But we have introduced 6 exclusive measurement capabilities.
Let's see my results.
My heart age is 37, so a year younger than what I actually am.
That's actually really good. It means that your heart pumping efficiency is great.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I'm now looking at Peri, a new wearable designed to track the perimenopause.
We have 4 sensors in it. It's an EDA, it's an accelerometer for motion, and we have blood flow, and we have temperature.
It aims to give women advice during a stage of life that can last for years and is under-researched.
Peri actually sticks on under the breast with an adhesive. It has 7 to 10 days wear time. You can wear it when you're bathing, swimming, living your life as normal. And you can go on here and you can see all your scores once you pair it with your own phone.
Great, can I have a look?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We track your cycle all through sensor technology, activity, hot flashes and night sweats. And after your first 7 days, you will get your first insight, which is AI generated.
Peri is not a medical device, but rather a wellness one. Something that is medical is earflow, designed to treat chronic ear infections in young children.
Looks a little bit like a sippy cup, and they couple it to this part that has all the air pressure. And essentially, they just have to push their nose into the mask and swallow, drink their favorite drink, and that's all they have to do. And you can see that we've created a gamified app with the rocket. And when that rocket hits the star, that means the pressure has gotten to the right level so that the Eustachian tube can open. But we also have microcontrollers to stop the pressure from going too high so that it's not uncomfortable for the children.
You can't look at health tech and not consider your teeth, and there's plenty of smart toothbrushes around.
The current iteration of the Y brush can clean your teeth in just 20 seconds, and you use it like this, so it gets the back ones. In fact, you know what? I'm better just to give it a go myself. There's different modes I can choose. 10 seconds clean, so that's what I'm going for. Is that 10 seconds? Sorry, I did need to rinse there. Time to do the bottom.
The new version of the Y brush uses AI and gas sensors to analyse breath biomarkers. The company claims it will detect over 300 health conditions.
For example, diabetes, digestive issues, inflammatory, oral health, or even liver issues.
Health isn't just about how we feel, but also how we look, and some beauty trends have gone viral online.
weeks. I seriously travel with this all the time. It is the best.
Beauty giant L'Oreal are giving us a preview of what tech they are working on.
I'm sure lots of people will be thinking, right, if I use something like this, what difference am I going to see on my face?
With this kind of technology, we have two wavelengths of light, 830 nanometers, which goes to the collagen of your underneath your skin, and 630, which actually goes to the cells and regenerates them. And that takes about 2 to 3 weeks to see visible results that people can perceive. And then it keeps getting better and better over months.
So what you're telling me then is that this is an investment piece.
Absolutely, because in the end of the day, every beauty product takes some period of time when it comes to skincare to work. It's not magic, and you know, especially when you have great science, and we believe in L'Oreal that we have to invest a lot in science. Take the mask, just fit it to your face, and then you got a little Velcro on the back which will stick, and then press the button on the side and hold till it works.
I didn't have enough time to see the results, but from what I've seen here at CES, the promise of health tech has a clear mission to help us look and feel better for longer.
Discover unprecedented architectural brilliance. Discover historic world records. The world's second tallest tower, Burj Azizi. Amazing on every level.
For 6 decades, the Kuwait Fund has navigated the global tides of change to support shared prosperity. From transport and agriculture to infrastructure, schooling, healthcare, and renewable energy, our fund has helped other nations as they prosper and grow. We've supported projects in communities large and small, delivering the good fortune of our past as a positive future for all. The Kuwait Fund, Partners in Development.
Women, natural-born storytellers, pearls of wisdom, fighting talk, speaking truth to power, quietly active or loudly roaring. Every woman has a story to tell. Let's hear them. Global Women, a series of inspiring stories across the BBC.
The fearsome display of cartel violence this week has shaken Mexicans who are trying to get back to normal. But what does the killing of El Mencho mean for Mexico? Join me, Will Grant, on BBC News.
We are into the knockout stage of the Champions League season as top teams across Europe try to reach the final in Budapest at the end of May. We'll have all the latest results, features and interviews right here on BBC News, as well as online on the website and app.
I'm on a Turkish adventure, combining my love of food with history. And in the country's southeast, the dishes echo the old spice routes and the stories reach back to the dawn of civilization. Join me, Julie Lynn, for World's Ultimate Adventures on BBC News.
My dad was a farmer, but he also had a radio talk show for farmers who called in with their farming problems. He'd patiently listen to every conflicting account of what was and wasn't working. That was really influential to how I approached my journalism. Building trust by taking the time to understand a situation clearly before reporting a story. In a 24-hour news cycle, patience can be so frustrating, but it's a crucial tool. I'm Lucy Hockings on BBC News Now.
Among all the flowers and the tributes here are the names of the victims of this terrible fire.
Denmark is extremely relieved that its European allies in NATO are supporting it over Greenland.
We have been hearing from sources on the ground in the Venezuelan capital, Caracas, about the situation there.
Well, this is the spot where Alex Preti was shot dead, and you can see now a lot of people here.
There when the story breaks. BBC News.
The girl who walked into the BBC in 1999 as a trainee would not have believed the experiences that I have had. When I first started covering women's sport, many people weren't terribly interested. The first time I realised that the women's game had progressed as much as it has was when England played at Wembley for the first time ever. Wembley Way is packed with supporters. We just walked down there to get to the stadium. To turn around and look around that stadium, packed out. You do try to be impartial as a journalist, but I'm not ashamed to say I shed a tear on that day. They had achieved something every little girl now dreams of. Representation is incredibly important because you've got to see it to be it. I've been incredibly privileged to have had a front seat to watch women's sport grow into this incredible force. And now we've got the next generation waiting in the wings to hopefully take it further.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. Hillary Clinton says she has no information on any crimes committed by the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a deposition in New York.
I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices.
And the U.S. and Iran hold high-stakes nuclear talks in Geneva. Mediators say significant progress was made, but the chances of a deal to avert conflict remain unclear. Hello, I'm Carl Nassman. Welcome to the program. Hillary Clinton, the former U.S. Secretary of State, Democratic presidential candidate, and First Lady, insisted on Thursday that she never met Jeffrey Epstein after she gave a closed-door interview to the U.S. Congressional Committee investigating the late sex offender's crimes. Her husband, the former President Bill Clinton, is due to be interviewed tomorrow. The former president has said that he took trips on Epstein's plane in the early 2000s for his foundation's work. Neither Bill nor Hillary Clinton are accused of any wrongdoing. The Republican-run House Oversight Committee says it will release a transcript of the full hearing as soon as possible. Well, speaking after her testimony, Mrs. Clinton said the hearing should have been done in public in the first place, and she took aim at its Republican members for their line of questioning.
Literally over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times.
Well, it was a big day for diplomacy in Geneva, where U.S. officials held talks on both Iran and Ukraine. Trump envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner met with a Ukrainian delegation there to discuss a possible ceasefire and end to Russia's war in the country, with another round of talks in the works for early March. And earlier in the day, U.S. and Iranian officials met for a third round of pivotal nuclear talks seen as crucial to averting the conflict there. Oman, which has been acting as a mediator, says creative ideas were exchanged during a session that lasted around 3 hours. Oman's foreign minister said that officials finished the day following significant progress in negotiations, adding that discussions on a technical level will take place next week in Vienna. Thursday's talks, of course, come amid ongoing threats of military action from President Trump and a massive U.S. naval buildup in the Middle East. Iran has resisted U.S. demands to stop the enrichment of uranium, but it has indicated that it's prepared to offer some concessions about its nuclear program. Well, James Jeffrey is a former special U.S. representative to Syria and former ambassador to Iraq and Turkey. He's now a senior fellow at the Washington Institute. I asked him what he made of that third round of talks today.
First, the really big picture. What the Trump administration is trying to do is to lock in long-term the victory of the U.S., Israel, and other countries over Iran and proxies in the last 2 years. And central to that is ensuring they never develop a nuclear weapon. What we saw today was talks that were successful enough to allow another round next week. Thus, we can assume no military action. And next week in Geneva, which is the home of the International Atomic Energy Agency, there will be technical level people. That means that they're getting into the details of probably inspection. What will come out of this, nobody can say. We've seen this before. Take with a grain of salt diplomatic terms like, we're making progress, we had a good day, things were resolved. This is what we say when we don't have anything better to say.
Yeah, and I mean, but yeah, I guess at the same time, a lot of people are following the progress here because it feels like there's a lot on the line. The U.S. has moved so much of its military assets there to the region. What would you be watching for when it comes to progress? What would signal a meaningful step forward in any kind of negotiation?
The biggest step, but I don't think you're going to see this, would be a reduction of the American forces in their alert status. I don't think that will happen until President Trump is sure that a deal is on the table to, in terms of what he said at the State of the Union speech, that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. That means either no or only token enrichment. At that point, I think you'll see a reduction of military pressure and then negotiating the details. We're not there yet.
It's interesting that you mentioned the State of the Union speech earlier this week. You know, the president did touch on Iran and some of those negotiations there. Do you think he did enough to kind of lay out exactly what his objective is? He began earlier, really last month, by talking about, saying this was about the protesters and stopping Iran from cracking down on the protest movement. He's also mentioned the nuclear program, ballistic missiles, their proxies in the region. Is it clear even what the president really wants, what the key issue is in these negotiations?
I think so. Again, it is to lock in what we have all succeeded in doing over the past 2 years. And central to him, and rightly so, is the nuclear portfolio. The missiles issue is a huge one for Israel, and Israel independently could launch a round of attacks if they see the missiles continuing to be regenerated and built up, which we are seeing. But Trump has decided his whole focus, and he made that clear in the State of the Union address, is on the nuclear program, and that's where it should be.
When it comes to that nuclear program, obviously we saw last year these strikes on a couple of different sites there in Iran. President Trump saying, those sites have been completely obliterated. Do we know now what Iran's nuclear capabilities are? What exactly is the U.S. facing in terms of trying to get that to stop, I guess, in Iran?
There's superb intelligence, and it's now clear that while obliterate is a little bit of hyperbole, we did massive damage to Iran's existing capabilities, enriched uranium supplies, particularly the 60% in Fordow and elsewhere. So they have to start all over again, but they're capable of doing it. They have very talented and experienced technicians and engineers, and they have a national commitment to do this because that's who they are. They're a wannabe hegemon in the region, and they need nuclear weapons if possible.
Just to look ahead here, this was a third round of talks. Do you get a sense of how long the U.S. and President Trump are willing to let this process go before they might resort to some sort of other action, military or otherwise?
First, there's never a technical or hard use-by date for American forces, but particularly for ships. You get to the point where you really have to relieve some of these ships, and we don't have a whole lot of other ships to put in place. So that's one consideration. The other is the president is keeping us all on tenterhooks over this, because if there is military action, it could escalate into something far more dangerous and far more expansive than we have seen at any time since the Iraq War in 2003. Nobody, beginning with Trump, wants that.
Yeah.
So he's going to push for something he can claim as a victory.
All right, to some developing news now, and Netflix is dropping its bid to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, saying it will not financially match a rival offer from Paramount Skydance that was deemed superior. That will clear the path for Paramount to win that takeover battle. Of course, this all is pending regulatory approval, but Paramount would own not only Warner Brothers and HBO, but also many popular cable networks. That includes CNN. The CEO of Paramount, David Ellison, is the son of Larry Ellison, who is a longtime ally of President Trump. Well, Lucas Shaw is Bloomberg's managing editor for media and entertainment. He's been following this story closely. Lucas, Netflix backing away. This seemed like the winning offer. How much of a surprise do you think this is?
Today, not a surprise. If you'd asked me a couple of weeks ago that they would back out, more of a surprise, right? I spoke to someone earlier today who compared this to in a basketball game, someone winning until the last couple of minutes and then just totally choking. Netflix had a deal, and then they let Paramount back in the henhouse, if you will.
Well, what happened? I mean, was this simply just about money? Was this just a better offer?
Look, the folks at Netflix are insisting that this was a financial decision. They ultimately decided that this was too rich a deal. They didn't want it. They were going to have to increase their offer in order to win and keep Paramount at bay, and they didn't want to do that. I think regulatory issues were also a factor here. Paramount was very effective at lobbying politicians to oppose the deal. And Netflix faced great resistance from the Department of Justice to Republican senators, Republican attorneys general. Even people in the entertainment industry were very concerned about the deal's impact.
Yeah, what were the concerns about Netflix buying Warner Brothers Discovery? And were some of those concerns, I guess, political? Because you mentioned, politicians were weighing in.
The concerns were that Netflix, as this very powerful entertainment company, would only get stronger and more powerful in acquiring Warner Brothers, its studio and its streaming business. You take the most popular paid streaming service in the world and you add in HBO, you add in this great film and television library, that would be anti-competitive. There were concerns about the impact on movie theaters because Netflix has largely avoided or eschewed putting its movies in theaters. And I think there were just sort of general concerns about consolidation that exist in both of these deals. I think some of the concerns were very valid, and some of them were less so. But there's no question that politics entered the play. I mean, entered the picture. You had President Trump being asked about this deal and weighing in several times.
Let me ask you about CNN, which is one of the cable networks that would be bought by Paramount Skydance as part of this package deal. What fate do you think that cable channel and I guess the other ones would face? Will it see any significant changes? We've seen a lot of change in the news media industry in recent months.
Yeah, I think it's too soon to know what the impact is going to be on CNN. Like we're already seeing the Ellisons overhaul CBS News with Barry Weiss, and there's been a lot of turmoil there over the last few months. CNN faces similar issues in that it is a cable network with a kind of a shrinking customer base. They tried to create a paid streaming service and that didn't quite work. They've tried again. So I'm sure that if David Ellison ends up closing this deal and gets his hands on CNN, that he will try to kind of reinvent what that is, much as he's doing with CBS News. But what exactly that looks like, it's hard to say. And I don't think news is really David Ellison's top priority.
Briefly, Lucas, 15 seconds. Do you think this deal gets approved?
I do.
All right. There you go. 2 seconds. Lucas Shaw there at Bloomberg. Thank you very much for hopping on with us. We appreciate that.
Thanks.
All right, to Los Angeles now, where the plaintiff in a landmark trial on whether social media platforms are addictive for children is testifying about how her use of Instagram and YouTube harmed her mental health. The plaintiff, known as Kaylee GM in courts, began using Instagram at age 9 and YouTube at age 6. She says the platforms contributed to her depression and body dysmorphia. Her lawyers claim that Meta, which is the owner of Instagram, and Google, the owner of YouTube, aimed to profit off of children becoming hooked on their services, despite knowing that it could harm their mental health. YouTube and Meta have denied the allegations and said evidence in the case does not support the woman's claims. TikTok and Snapchat were also named in the lawsuit, but they previously have settled out of court. Well, let's go to court now. Peter Bose is there outside the courthouse, our North America correspondent. Peter, tell us more about what was going on there in court today and that testimony.
Well, the day really focused on the claims by Kaylee, as she is known in court. Her full identity hasn't been revealed because she says the harm that was done to her health happened when she was a child, but she was there on the witness stand for the jurors to see, and she really spelled out her story from being a young child and using YouTube in particular from the age of 6, but she had her own channel. She signed up with YouTube for her own channel at the age of 8, and she said at the time, she essentially implied that it was quite easy, that there weren't any age issues, that she wasn't asked any questions, and she said if there'd been any small print about age restrictions, she just hadn't read them. And by the age of 10, she had posted more than 200 videos. In fact, she had several YouTube channels and several Instagram channels by that age. And she said that she had multiple channels so that, in effect, she could use these other channels to like her own posts on the other channels that were in her name. And that was because she wanted likes, she wanted people to appreciate what she did. And she said when she didn't get them, or when she lost subscribers, that's what made her depressed. In fact, she said she would be very upset and sad, and she said it would make me feel like I was not worthy.
And Peter, how are the social media companies countering the plaintiff's claims in court?
Well, specifically in this case, and during the last couple of hours, there's been a cross-examination of Kaylee, during which it has been highlighted that she at times had a difficult relationship, especially with her mother. Now, I've got to say that earlier in the day, she described her relationship with her mother as being very good then and now, but acknowledged that there were ups and downs in that relationship. But she said she would sometimes post complaining about her mother, but then she added that she'd really just done that for likes and comments, and that the implication was that she wasn't particularly serious about criticizing her mother. But the claim is, from certainly lawyers from Instagram, that her problems, Kaylee's problems, her health problems as she was growing up, were more to do with family issues, circumstances related to her mother and father, than being addicted to their platform.
All right, Peter Bose, our North America correspondent there for us in Los Angeles. Thank you very much. Pakistan bombed major cities in Afghanistan, including the capital Kabul, after months of clashes with the Afghan Taliban government. Writing on social media, the Pakistani defense minister said this: "Our patience has reached its limit. Now it is open war between us and you." Well, shortly afterwards, Pakistani military jets bombed Kabul and some places in the provinces of Kandahar and Paktia. The strikes come after the Taliban attacked multiple Pakistani army positions along the country's shared border. Taliban sources claim at least 10 Pakistani soldiers were killed and 13 border posts captured. Islamabad accused Kabul of what it called unprovoked fire in one of Pakistan's provinces there. The Taliban government said it was retaliation for earlier deadly strikes. Well, around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
Tokyo takes pride in keeping its city clean. But why? Edo spirit is what keeps Tokyo clean.
You're live with BBC News. Polls have closed in the Gorton and Denton by-election in Greater Manchester. The Labour Party hoping to defend its seat there from Reform UK and the Greens, and the results are being closely watched as a key test for Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. The by-election follows the resignation due to ill health of the now former MP Andrew Quinn. Let's go live there. Our political correspondent Jack Fenwick is standing by. You've been covering this election, the ballot counting there. What's the latest where you are?
Well, it's still too close to call here in Manchester. As you say, this is a tight three-horse race between Labour, Reform UK and the Greens. Counting of the votes got underway a few hours ago. You may be able to see behind me that is ongoing as I speak, but we're not expecting a result for maybe 3 hours yet. In terms of why this is so important, by-elections like this don't do much to change the parliamentary arithmetic in Westminster. It's only one seat out of 650, but they are so important for the political mood music. This is an area that has been a real Labour stronghold for decades, really, although if Labour do hold on today, then it will likely be on a much reduced share of the vote. Now, if they do hold on, that will be a big sigh of relief for Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, and his allies in the Labour government. It's been a bruising few weeks and months for them. If Labour don't win this seat, there will be serious questions posed by members of the Labour Party towards the Prime Minister about his very controversial decision to block Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, from standing as Labour's candidate in this election. Now, Andy Burnham has still been a regular on the campaign trail here, and many within the Labour camp say that if they do manage to win, then it will partly be down to his campaigning. Now, if the Green Party win, they will absolutely use this to say it's an example of them being able to challenge the Labour Party for votes on the left of British politics. No doubt if that happens, there will be some within Labour who want to see the Prime Minister move to the left. If Reform UK win, then their leader Nigel Farage will say that this is further evidence that they are able to turn the current lead that they have in the opinion polls into votes on the ground. Now, this is a particularly interesting constituency because it's made up of two quite distinct parts. Part of the constituency has a large Muslim population, lots of students. That's the area where the Greens have really been targeting. The other part of the constituency is much more white working class. That's where Reform have been trying to pick up votes. The Labour Party have been trying to pick up votes in both of those areas. Now, tensions have been pretty high at some points in the campaign. It's not always been a friendly campaign between the candidates. The other story that is just bubbling up here at the count is the fact that a group of election observers have said that they have detected high levels of what's called family voting. Now, family voting is an electoral offence whereby there is more than one person in the ballot booth, and members of someone's family are trying to influence their vote. Now, the acting returning officer, who is the official in charge of running this election, said that they had not seen any evidence of this, and that if these election observers had these concerns, then they should have gone to them while polling was still active. But this may be a story that continues once we get the result. In terms of that result, as I say, not expected for a few hours yet, but it will absolutely be used to try and figure out what may happen in crucial elections to come in May and beyond.
All right, a long night yet to come there. Jack Fenwick following it for us, our political correspondent. Thank you very much. Well, footage has emerged from the occupied West Bank showing members of the Israeli military shooting a 14-year-old Palestinian boy and then standing around for at least 45 minutes while he bled to death. The Israeli military has accused the boy of throwing a rock. His parents say footage of the incident last November shows soldiers planting something next to him after he was shot. The BBC's Joel Gunter sent us this report from the West Bank and a warning: you may find some of these images distressing.
The boy lying on the ground is 14-year-old Jad Jadallah. He has been shot by Israeli soldiers. He will lie here for at least 45 minutes, surrounded by the soldiers, as he bleeds to death. Jad was born and raised in Al Farah refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. His father, Jihad, took us to the place where he was shot. He's showing us the bullet holes where Jad was shot, and CCTV video shows Jad and his friends in this spot when Israeli soldiers appeared just a few meters away on this corner. First, you see Jad's friend run up the alley. Then you see a soldier who appears to raise his rifle and shoot from close range. Jad appears to be hit before running a few meters and collapsing. The Israeli military has accused Jad of throwing a rock, which can, under their rules of engagement, permit them to respond with lethal force. But this sequence shows an Israeli soldier dropping something next to Jad after he was shot. The object seems to be heavy. The soldier steps back before stepping forward again and appearing to take a picture. Jad's mother, Safa, says this footage shows the soldier planting a rock to frame her son.
They dropped a stone by his hand so they could frame him and make it look like he was throwing stones at them. Anyone who watches the video will see it.
The Israeli military told the BBC they gave Jad initial medical treatment, but they refused to give any more detail. In the video, the soldiers appear to ignore repeated attempts by Jad to get their attention. Local paramedics arrived on the scene within minutes, but were blocked at gunpoint by Israeli soldiers. One of them told us they could have saved Jad's life.
We tried to advance several times, tried signaling them to let us reach the child, but we were completely blocked.
According to the UN, Israeli forces have killed 227 Palestinian children in the West Bank since the October 7th attacks. In some cases, including Jad's, they have refused to return the body. The families say it is deliberate cruelty.
I want my son. I want to bury him. They have the right to bury their children. I want the right to bury my son. They already killed him, but they won't give him back to us, and we don't know why.
We asked the Israeli military why they haven't returned Jad's body, but they declined to answer. Joel Gunter, BBC News in the occupied West Bank.
All right, and before we go, a reminder, you can always find the day's top stories on our website. That's bbc.com/news, and you can check out what we are working on at any time. Just head to your favorite social media site. I'm Carl Aspen. Thanks for watching BBC News.
Hello there. Forecast for Australia and New Zealand coming up shortly. First of all, though, let's take a look at what's happening through Asia at the moment. Satellite picture is picking up some shower cloud, not quite as extensive, particularly across the Philippines in comparison to where we were a week ago. Some showers across Vietnam and into North Thailand, but the heaviest of the rain is that little bit further north, and it's impacting central and southern areas of China. Behind the rain, it's a little bit cooler, but temperatures will recover a touch into northern China. We've got quite a lot of cloud, but still relatively mild across Japan at the moment. So some heavy rain, particularly through Hong Kong. A few scattered showers into Vietnam, Cambodia. Not looking too bad, though, through Malaysia and Indonesia. And as I say, a drier story, 33 degrees across the Philippines. This is the impact then over the next few days. We'll see those temperatures on the up a little into Beijing, but Tokyo will see more rain Monday into Tuesday. Now over to Australia. It's quite unsettled. Western Australia is fine, settled and sunny, but across the Northern Territories, down through the spine of Australia, down into parts of Victoria, we'll see some wet weather, and that's all going to be spreading its way steadily south and east. So New South Wales and Victoria rather unsettled over the next few days. A quiet start to the weekend, but there will be some rain around as well for New Zealand. So looking somewhat like this. You can see that rain, some of it heavy across Canberra and Melbourne.
Inside the world's second tallest tower awaits a multi-sensory journey of opulence, where every culture touches the sky. A city of cities reaching the clouds. Burj Azizi, amazing on every level. Wake up you're in Samarkand. Embrace the magic. Doors will open for you on the wonders of the ancient Silk Road. Lose yourself in the city's winding streets. Step inside the fairy tale. Admire the beauty. Let the silk flow. Enjoy every moment and put on the most precious dress. Sunrise in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Anything is possible.
We're here in Washington to find out what comes next. Not only at home, but around the world.
The residential area where the crash occurred is massive.
Our correspondents give you the full story.
For a global perspective, join us on BBC World News America.
The fearsome display of cartel violence this week has shaken Mexicans who are trying to get back to normal. But what does the killing of El Mencho mean for Mexico? Join me, Will Grant, on BBC News.
We are into the knockout stage of the Champions League season as top teams across Europe try to reach the final in Budapest at the end of May. We'll have all the latest results, features and interviews right here on BBC News, as well as online on the website and app.
I'm on a Turkish adventure, combining my love of food with history. And in the country's southeast, the dishes echo the old spice routes and the stories reach back to the dawn of civilization. Join me, Julie Lynn, for World's Ultimate Adventures on BBC News.
Now on BBC News, a global, topical, weekly show that lifts the hood on the entertainment and news business, exploring the companies and personalities who command our attention and how our perception of the world is shaped by them. The Media Show.
Hello, I'm Ros Atkins. This week on The Media Show, we'll consider the huge audience response to the new Netflix documentary about Lucy Letby, the former neonatal nurse convicted of killing 7 babies. It's among the most watched films and follows a growing wave of podcasts and documentaries that have brought the case to global attention. We'll hear from those who covered the story in court and from an academic developing ethical guidelines for true crime producers. Also, one of the founders of MTV reflects on the creation of a channel that shaped a generation. That's all coming up on The Media Show. The case of Lucy Letby continues to generate huge interest.
It's a once-in-a-generation type case.
Babies kept dying.
This nurse had a central role.
Netflix's new documentary about the former nurse who was convicted of killing 7 babies is among the most watched films both in the UK and around the world. It adds to an expanding body of true crime content about the case that has found audiences far beyond the UK. We're going to look at why this material has such widespread appeal and what responsibilities producers carry when telling these stories. To discuss this, I was joined by Dr. Bethany Usher from the University of Newcastle. She's a former tabloid journalist and leads a project to develop ethical guidelines designed to shape how true crime documentaries and true crime podcasts are made. And I also spoke to Josh Halliday, the North of England editor for The Guardian. He spent months covering the original case. Josh, thank you very much for your time today. I know you sat in court throughout the initial hearing, and as we're seeing, there is still an immense amount of interest in this case. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think there's always been a huge interest in true crime, to be honest. I mean, it goes back hundreds of years when people used to gather in public and watch, public executions. I mean, it's kind of in our psyche to be fascinated by people who are accused of committing horrendous crimes. I think it's been turbocharged in a way by the era of streaming and Netflix and everything else, where you can have program after program of these real life crime stories, and so when a story that's as exceptional, as unusual, and as harrowing and distressing as the Lucy Letby case, when that comes about, I think it's no surprise that it gets a lot of public interest.
And as someone who knows the story well, are you still learning things about this case as new documentaries or new podcasts arrive?
Well, I think it's a highly unusual case in that, I feel like I've almost learned more since the end of the trial. In terms of the new material that's come out from experts who are challenging the convictions. I think that there's an awful lot that's been written about the case. I think in some until fairly recently it's quite misunderstood. There's the kind of nature of the prosecution case was quite badly understood. People would say that, oh, it's all circumstantial evidence, which is evidence that's not strong enough in its own to prove someone's guilt, but actually it builds up a picture that can help a jury convict a person.
So I'm interested as you describe that. Does that mean that you believe the way the media has described this case, the way it frames it, the way it communicates the nature of it to its audience has changed since the case finished?
I think it's partly the way that it's been portrayed, and I think it's partly the public's understanding of criminal trials. You can pick pieces of a prosecution case, or their evidence, and you can say, well, that doesn't stand up, that doesn't stand up, that, and on its own, smaller pieces of evidence don't prove someone's guilt. They're used to build a wall of evidence, and once you start dismantling this wall of evidence, that's when people lose sight of the whole picture that's put before juries.
What about this Netflix documentary? What did you make of it? Has it changed how you think about the Letby case?
No, it's not. It's not changed how I think about the Letby case. I thought it was very good, actually. I thought it was even-handed. I thought it explored the issues well, and in a fair amount of detail for a 90-minute documentary. I thought the footage of Letby's arrest, multiple arrests, was quite shocking, actually, and it was replayed over and over again in this documentary. I mean, one thing that didn't quite work for me was the digital version of the bereaved parent. I didn't feel the same emotion in that depiction that I did hearing from these parents give evidence in court.
Well, you mentioned, Josh, the footage, the previously unseen footage of Lucy Letby's arrest. Let's bring in Dr. Bethany Usher, an academic and author of Journalism and Crime, who's based at the University of Newcastle. And Bethany, I want to ask you about the work you're doing at the University of Newcastle in a moment. But first of all, what was your view of the decision to include this previously unseen footage of the arrest?
Well, I thought it was a very interesting decision in that Lucy Letby's family have since spoken out about it, but in some sense it humanised her, I think, as a convicted criminal. You know, the footage of her mum's, distress at her arrest, the home, seeing inside of her family home, I think humanised her in a way. It was a new dimension to it. But of course, what did it move the story on in any way, shape or form? Not really. It certainly made for a kind of gripping opening sequence, and when it was used, and therefore, you could see the value of it in terms of trying to attract an audience.
And help us understand more broadly the work that you're doing with reference to true crime and ethics. Why do you think that work is necessary, specifically with reference to true crime?
Well, true crime is going through the biggest boom of any area of media. The number of streaming services dedicated to it, Netflix, the number of podcasts. But of course, crime is also media's longest sustained genre. It's been around since the very origins of before mass media, Tudor pamphlets, the first true crime pamphlets, and then was a driving force of the first mass media of newspapers. Mm-hmm. But there's never been a code of conduct or ethical guidance that looks at crime itself, which is unique in some of its circumstances. It was the first genre and is still the major genre where, for example, people from outside of aristocracy or celebrity spheres will find public visibility. People who are often in circumstances beyond their control, through none of their own doing. We have to think about the impact of sudden visibility in that way. It has its own systems of fame, of notoriety that can have huge commercial endeavours, but are often unethical. And also in the way that it is shaped across digital networks, it is crossing the geographical boundaries, temporal or time boundaries in ways that were really unexpected. And it needs, therefore, its own public interest definition. It needs a different definition to the very broad public interest definition that exists for IPSO, the Independent Press Standards Organisation, and Ofcom that governs broadcast media, because it has a very unique way of telling a story and a very unique relationship with victims who often are involved in very harrowing circumstances.
Josh Halliday from The Guardian, as you listen to Bethany, The Guardian will have ethical and editorial guidelines, which of course you'll follow. Do you think that true crime content and journalism produced by The Guardian would benefit from the kind of guidelines specific to that type of content that Bethany is advocating for?
I think it's a really interesting idea, but for me, I report on crime probably every day or every other day of the year, and it's one of the most difficult areas of my job to report because there are so many legal restrictions in place, reporting restrictions that mean you have to be incredibly careful what you, not just what you report, that can land your publisher in trouble, but also how you go about reporting a story, not speaking to witnesses who are due to give evidence in court, for example. And on top of those legal restrictions, we all adhere to either IPSO, Independent Press Standards Organisation regulations, or Ofcom, or we have our own internal codes of conduct. So I feel that crime is already quite bound up in laws and ethics. But I think what's interesting is what Bethany said there about where it crosses time zones and continents and legal jurisdictions. In the Lucy Letby case, for example, when there was a time last year when reporting restrictions were in place in the UK, and an American magazine called The New Yorker published this very long feature about the case, which couldn't be republished in the UK. It was banned from publication in the UK. And that raised all sorts of questions about, access to information in the UK, whether the laws are fit for purpose. So there are big questions there.
Bethany, let's bring you back in because as I was preparing for the programme, I encountered a word that I confess I hadn't ever encountered before, and it's one that you use in your work, which is remediatisation, if I've said that correctly. Remediatisation. Yeah. Tell us why you use that in your work and what it means, because I suspect some of our listeners are, like me, hearing that word for the first time.
So in my work and in my research of kind of true crime and crime journalism's history, you can see different types of retelling of old crime news in journalism. And some of them are just retellings for commercial benefit. They don't move the story along. They're really just retelling the story, often to make money. They may add sensational details. And, right back to kind of the broadside ballads of Tudor and Elizabethan England, you see this. And then there are ones that do things better. And what I call an ethical remediatisation would be something that has a new line, that is clearly in the public interest, and that could range from solving cold cases to exposing injustice to forefronting the voices of victims. And it would put victims' voices and their rights to consent at the forefront of content decision making too. So the best documentaries that are out there and podcasts, and I think Josh made an interesting point about the stuff that journalists have to kind of as guidelines, but they're not the dominant producers in this space anymore, crime reporters. I'm a crime reporter by trade as well. The dominant producers are independent podcasters, influencers now and true crime documentary people across boundaries that may have geographical boundaries that may therefore fall under no codes of conduct. So we're looking for ways to guide people towards more ethical remediatization and better care for victims with the code of conduct.
MTV launched in 1981 and brought music and video together in a way that transformed popular culture. But the channel closed in the UK and Europe last year. One of the figures behind its creation was Tom Freston, who later went on to run Viacom, the company that became Paramount Global. He joined me earlier this week and looked back on his unexpected route into the industry and on the legacy of MTV.
I had been working in advertising in New York City, and I got assigned to Charmin toilet paper, which was a bit depressing. It was, I was not entirely happy working in an agency, and an old girlfriend called me from Paris. She said, "Hey, come with me. You can't sell toilet paper. I'm going to cross the Sahara Desert." So I was on a plane like a week later. And we did do that. And then I stayed on after she left. And for a year, I traveled, ended up in Afghanistan and India. This was now in the early 70s, 1972. I fell in love with both of those countries and Asia in general. The whole idea of traveling, confident I could go anywhere, wanted to support myself. So I started this business. I started two separate manufacturing operations in India and Afghanistan, lived there most of the time, set up showrooms in New York City, had agents in other cities, became a successful business.
So how do we jump from running an export business, shipping clothes back to the US, to co-founding MTV? Because on the face of it, that appears to be quite a leap.
It was quite a leap. So of my two businesses, the one in Afghanistan kind of blew up because there was a Russian invasion of Afghanistan, or the Soviet invasion. So we all of a sudden now we have a communist government, not good for business. And in India, where the bulk of my business was, the United States under Jimmy Carter put an embargo on Indian clothing. You know, I went bankrupt, basically, came back to the States, my tail between my legs, and decided, well, the other thing I loved besides traveling in Asia was music. So I was on the lookout for jobs in the music business, saw an article about a guy being interviewed saying he wanted to start a video music channel, tracked him down, and he said, "Listen, we want to hire people with no experience in television." This is the beginning of cable TV in the US. We can't afford people who used to work for the big networks because we can't afford to pay that kind of money for production. So they hired me as part of a team of 6 or 7 that developed a concept that became MTV.
And I want to ask you more details about that process, but it's interesting that you're saying they were looking to hire people who didn't come from the TV industry, because it feels like that culture of being perhaps a little to the side of the traditional industry was something that you kept going for years through your career.
It was really a simple idea, which was we're on the dawn of what they called now the TV revolution that went on pretty much through the mid-2000s, where there would be more choice on television. And we were in the vanguard along with CNN and ESPN and networks like that. We gradually, like in the 1987, launched in the UK and in Europe and then took it around the world. But the idea was we would put together two things the baby boomer audience loved, music and television. It was sort of an infectious, irresistible idea.
Well, you describe it as infectious and irresistible now, and evidently you were right to see it in those terms. But were you meeting skepticism from elsewhere in the television industry or in the music industry?
Yeah, nobody believed in it. Well, one thing we determined early on was, that if we could make the connection with our target audience was like, in marketing terms, like 18 to 34-year-old people who enjoyed music. If we could maintain a connection with them and build a bond with them, everything else that needed to happen in our business would ultimately fall into place. We would get distribution onto these cable systems. We would get advertisers to notice that, people were watching this. And we would get the music companies to see that these music videos they were making had a great value. They were like 3-minute commercials for their records. Because we started with a lot of English acts, because it was really the lack of radio, commercial radio that played music in the UK was really the force that built out music videos to begin with, because these groups would make videos to put on television, like on Top of the Pops and so forth. So we went on the air in the States. We only had a couple hundred videos. Most of them were from UK acts. And when those acts started to sell in the States, the record companies took attention to it. Why is Duran Duran, who no one knows anything about, selling records in Tulsa, Oklahoma? So they figured out, sure enough, television must be a potent medium.
Now, I'm interested that you mentioned the availability of videos having an impact on the videos that you would show. Tell me about the music choice that you were making in those early years of MTV, because it's come in for some criticism, hasn't it? Some people at the time and since have suggested, for example, that you didn't play enough black artists. How did you select whose videos got played?
Well, in the beginning, it was like we hardly had any videos, so we'd almost play anything we had. But as it developed in the early days, it sort of mirrored a radio strategy called, in the States, called album-oriented rock. It was like rock and roll. Guitars were prominent. We didn't play a lot of R&B, and we didn't play a lot of, what would be considered then black music. And we took a lot of heat for that, and it was deserved, really. I mean, we would play Hall & Oates R&B, but we wouldn't play Luther Vandross R&B. We wouldn't play Rick James. Gradually, that all changed. And in fact, in the mid-'80s, we became really the first promulgator of hip-hop music.
But help me understand that decision-making. You're in a meeting at MTV, you've got a Hall & Oates video, you've got a Luther Vandross video. Take me through the discussion which ends up with the Hall & Oates getting played and Luther Vandross not being played.
It was felt that our audience, the whole thing was predicated on underlying racism, one could say, that wouldn't be noticed by the people who were making those decisions. And it wasn't as if we weren't playing any black artists. I mean, we would play Prince and Eddie Grant and Tracy Chapman, but it was the radio programmers who made the choices in the early days came from this world of album-oriented rock radio. So it wasn't just us doing that. It was also sort of a concept that was common in the radio industry.
Did you have a moment, though, within MTV where you thought, we've got a problem here and we need to evolve the music that we're playing?
Yeah, there was a constant discussion about that. But in the mid-'80s, it really broke wide open. And I would say Michael Jackson was, early 83, 82, 83. He came up with, Beat It and Thriller and all these amazing videos that really, what we saw was the audience was greatly expanded. And I used to say, look, we're the only people playing music on television. We don't have to copy a radio station's format. We can be more adventurous. And so we launched other networks. We launched a network called VH1 to sort of be a flanker brand to MTV to protect MTV's business. We had a business called Nickelodeon, which, was targeted to kids, which also grew to be quite a successful business, in the UK included. We had a thing called Comedy Central. So we tried to, as this capacity expanded, we tried to expand our offering so we could sort of keep the same market share.
And I want to ask about you taking the top job at Viacom in a minute. But before we move on to that, just help us understand what MTV was like to be inside it during its heyday, when artists were wanting to be played, when people were coming to the network, where it became not just a TV station, but a cultural force. What was it like to walk in through the door?
It was fantastic. I mean, the place was electric. I mean, it was really young. You would think people had offices and people actually came to the office. So you'd have music coming out of every office, people watching television. Everyone was dressed like they were going to college. And it was like a beehive. And people would work well into the evening. The social life and the business life was very intertwined then. I mean, everybody was basically in their 20s. So it was really a lot of fun, I got to say.
And when you were running Viacom, and actually, before I ask you about running Viacom, for those listeners who don't know the company, just give us a quick primer on what Viacom was and how MTV fitted into it.
Well, Viacom started as a spinoff from the broadcast network CBS, and over time it went through some ownership changes, but it consisted of the MTV networks. It had another operation called Showtime, which was sort of like HBO, a movie service. It had a collection of cable systems.
So this is huge.
So now you're now one of the top entertainment conglomerates, if you will. Sumner Redstone, who was the head of Viacom, had offered me the job as CEO of Viacom. He had fired the two predecessor CEOs, both of whom were exceptionally gifted people whom I enjoyed and liked and did a wonderful job. But he was a cantankerous fellow, Mr. Redstone, and his focus was almost entirely on the stock price. And sooner or later, I was going to get fired. And sure enough, after 8 months, I got fired. And he liked to fire people on what we call holiday weekends, like a Memorial Day or 4th of July or later 3-day weekends. So I got my ticket punched in September 2006.
How does that work? How does a firing work when you're at the top of a company of this scale?
Well, he tries to call you a bunch of times on a holiday weekend.
That's a bad sign.
That's a bad sign. I finally call him back and he said, "Hey, love to see you. I was in LA. Come over to my house." So I went over there and he said, I have bad news for you and me. The board of directors wants me to fire you immediately. So I just got up and left. That was it. It was a 2-minute confrontation, and I knew it was going to be coming from the minute I had accepted the job, but I never imagined it would be coming so quickly. And it wasn't as if our performance was so bad. We had one mediocre quarter, but otherwise we were doing fine. And we were trying to to convert ourselves into the digital world. So one of the reasons he fired me was that I didn't buy MySpace, which was a social network that sort of came and went. Rupert Murdoch bought it, which is his big rival. And
yes, remember it well. It was big for a little while, and then suddenly it wasn't very big.
Well, he bought it for $570 million, and years later sold it for $35 million. So it didn't really do well, let's say. I'm still waiting for a thank you note, but I don't think it's going to be coming.
Now, as everyone who knows even a little bit about MTV knows, the first video that you played was Video Killed the Radio Star. And when MTV stopped broadcasting in the UK recently, the last video that was played was Video Killed the Radio Star. I just wonder what your emotions are when you hear that song, when it comes on the radio, when Video Killed the Radio Star comes on the radio. Do you change the station or do you put the window down and sing along?
Yeah, it really puts a jolt through my system. I mean, every time I hear it, it's I put the radio down and put my finger and pump the air with my hand outside. That was it. It kind of opened up the door for a very long parade of interesting times and fun for me.
That was Tom Freston, and Tom's memoir, Unplugged, Adventures from MTV to Timbuktu, is out now. That's it for this edition of The Media Show. Thank you very much indeed for your company. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
And if you'd like to hear a longer version of today's show, search BBC The Media Show, wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
The people here in Ukraine are hoping that when the 5th anniversary of the full-scale Russian invasion comes, they will have succeeded in regaining heating and power in their homes, and that a fair and lasting peace, backed up by strong Western security guarantees, may still be within their reach.
The 11th century Cathedral of St. Sophia. Even in the darkest days of the blackouts, the light at the top of the tower shone. But for the first time since February 2022, now, because of the blackout, the light has gone out and the cathedral is in darkness. But despite all, Ukrainians still retain hope that one day soon, the star on top of the cathedral will shine again.
The fearsome display of cartel violence this week has shaken Mexicans who are trying to get back to normal. But what does the killing of El Mencho mean for Mexico? Join me, Will Grant, on BBC News.
We are into the knockout stage of the Champions League season as top teams across Europe try to reach the final in Budapest at the end of May. We'll have all the latest results, features and interviews right here on BBC News, as well as online on the website and app.
I'm on a Turkish adventure, combining my love of food with history. And in the country's southeast, the dishes echo the old spice routes and the stories reach back to the dawn of civilization. Join me, Julie Lynn, for World's Ultimate Adventures on BBC News.
AI is dramatically increasing demand for energy in a way that the current systems can't fully cope up.
I want to listen to people without it being transactional, without asking people for their vote, but listening to them.
We don't find a future for Israelis and Palestinians and a relationship between the Arab and Muslim world and Israel. We're doomed.
Nobody's allowed to say anything. Nobody's allowed to have an opinion. We are dead. That's fascism.
Everything you go through, you can surmount, you can endure, and find a good place for it, and just be grateful for being alive.
When the big names talk, they talk to us.
The BBC was always on in the Mashiri house, and my dream actually was to be a BBC News presenter. I want to be for others what the BBC was for us, a trusted source of stability and hope. For me, trust is about presence, about fostering relationships all around the world over years. So when a story breaks, we're not chasing a lead, we're already there. I'm Marianne Mashiri on The World Today for BBC News.
Live from Singapore, this is BBC News. Hillary Clinton tells US lawmakers she never met Jeffrey Epstein and she has no knowledge of his crimes, as she testifies at the start of 2 days of depositions that will include former President Bill Clinton.
I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices.
Pakistan's Defense Ministry declares open war with the Taliban as Pakistani fighter jets bomb the Afghan capital, Kabul. In the UK, counting is underway in the Gorton and Denton by-election, seen as a crucial electoral test for Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. And coming up on Business Today, Paramount wins the bidding war for Warner Brothers Discovery after Netflix walks away from the takeover battle. Hello, I'm Steve Lyon. You're watching Newsday. Hillary Clinton has told a congressional committee investigating the Jeffrey Epstein files that she never met the sex offender and had no knowledge of his crimes. The former U.S. Secretary of State, Democratic presidential candidate, and former First Lady said the committee should talk to people who actually met Epstein and suggested President Trump should be asked under oath why he featured in the documents. Speaking after the closed-door testimony, Clinton told reporters about the questions she received from lawmakers.
Literally over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times.
Well, let's get more details with our North America correspondent, Simi Jala-Osho. Simi, this was behind closed doors. What's been the response from lawmakers?
Yes, the deposition took place behind closed doors, although the House Oversight Committee said they will release a full video of Hillary Clinton's testimony within 24 hours. The Republican Committee Chair, James Comer, said that Hillary Clinton answered all the questions, although some of the questions she told the committee they would have to ask her husband. Hillary Clinton, when she was asked how the deposition went, she said it was long and repetitive. She said she was saying the same things again, that she met Ghislaine Maxwell as an acquaintance, that she didn't know Jeffrey Epstein, that she hasn't been to his island, hasn't been to his homes or his offices. She also said that the deposition took a rather unusual turn when they asked her about unidentified flying objects and they asked her about conspiracy theories like Pizzagate. She said she was left disappointed, firstly because the deposition, as you said, took place behind closed doors and wasn't held publicly, but also because midway through a photo was leaked of her giving her testimony, and it was leaked by a member of the committee. Democrats came out and said that the whole thing was a clown show.
And Simi, on Friday, Bill Clinton is expected to give his testimony. What should we expect there?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear from former President Bill Clinton because he's mentioned in the Epstein files more than Hillary Clinton. His name comes up in multiple flight manifests on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet. There are photos of him with Jeffrey Epstein and with Ghislaine Maxwell. There's that photo of him taking a night swim with Ghislaine Maxwell, although he's denied any knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and says that he cut off contact 2 decades ago. But committee members will have lots of questions. What happened when those photos were being taken? What did you see? What did you hear? Did you hear anything when you were on Jeffrey Epstein's plane? Hillary Clinton was asked about her husband testifying and asked whether she felt confident about it, and she said she did. She said that she believes that Bill Clinton will say that he didn't have any knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes.
Simi, thanks for getting us across those details. Simi Jallow, our North America correspondent. Elsewhere, the UK Ministry of Defence has launched a review into whether Royal Air Force bases were used by Jeffrey Epstein. The Defence Secretary, John Healey, is said to want to make sure officials are turning over every stone. An MOD source said, "We will ruthlessly pursue any information that can shed light on this scandal." Now to Pakistan, where Pakistan has bombed cities in Afghanistan, including the capital Kabul, following months of clashes with the Afghan Taliban government. Writing on social media, the Pakistani defense minister said, "Our patience has reached its limit. Now it's open war between us and you." The strikes follow escalating fighting on the ground, with the Taliban attacking multiple Pakistani army positions along the country's shared border. The Taliban sources say at least 10 Pakistani soldiers were killed, while the Pakistani Prime Minister spokesperson says more than 70 Afghan combatants are dead. Islamabad has accused Kabul of what it called unprovoked fire, while the Taliban government said it was retaliating for earlier deadly airstrikes. Now, for more, we can speak with Amin Saikal, founding director of the ANU Center for Arab and Islamic Studies and author of Modern Afghanistan. Amin, good to get your thoughts on this today, and just help us understand then, what do we need to know about, Pakistan saying it's open war between us and you?
Well, I think it's a very serious development. The two sides have been at loggerheads over a long period of time. And now I think the Pakistanis have decided to go for a jugular, in a sense that they want to really punish the Taliban for supporting the Pakistani Taliban, who have carried out a number of attacks on Pakistani targets and have killed quite a number of people over the last year or two. And as far as Pakistan is concerned, the Pakistani Taliban, or what's called the Tehreek Taliban Pakistan, they receive a lot of support from the Afghan Taliban, and they have been accommodated by the Afghan Taliban, and a large number of them have been really settled in particularly northern Afghanistan. And at the same time, the Afghan Taliban have been harboring quite a number of other violent extremist groups. And I think it looks like that now Pakistan decided that they will have to really go for an open warfare, which I think is going to be very disastrous, particularly for the people of Afghanistan who have been, on the one hand, suffering under the reign of terror of the Taliban rule, and then on the other, they are also facing a very savage economic and social situation in the country.
Yeah, Pakistan have said their patience has reached its limit, as you were alluding to, and now they've declared this open war. What happens next then? That the fighting on both sides is set to escalate?
I think it's most likely to escalate. I mean, unless the Afghan Taliban announce that they are not they are going to cut off all their support for the Pakistani Taliban, and I don't think that's really a possibility in the immediate term, simply because that Afghan Taliban are very much committed to the Pakistani Taliban, and they also are worried that if they cut off their ties with the Pakistani Taliban, then those Taliban may become more susceptible to attraction or may join the ISK, which is the Islamic State branch of Khorasan, and Afghanistan has been in operation since 2016. So I think now the Pakistani may also have a plan to just simply undermine or further weaken the Afghanistan Taliban. The Afghan Taliban, they lack domestic legitimacy and also international legitimacy, and they are very vulnerable. And there are also opposition forces inside Afghanistan which operate against the Afghan Taliban.
Amin, thanks for giving us that context and perspective. Amin Saikal there, founding director of the ANU Center for Arab and Islamic Studies and author of Modern Afghanistan. You can read more on the BBC News website and app. There's a live page up there following developments on this story. Now to the UK, where votes are being counted in the Gorton and Denton by-election in Greater Manchester, with the results being closely watched as a key test for Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. And this is the scene now at the live count, where the result is due in the early hours of Friday morning UK time. The seat has been a Labour stronghold for decades, but the contest is expected to be a close race between Labour, Reform UK and the Green Party. We can go live now to the election count, and our political correspondent Jack Fenwick is there for us. Jack, get us up to speed. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, they've been counting votes here in Manchester for a good few hours now. You might be able to see behind me that is taking place, but we're still expecting the result to be a couple of hours away. And things are starting to hot up a little bit between the parties here. In the last few minutes, we've had sources from both Reform and the Greens say that they think Labour will come third in this contest. When I put that to Labour, they said that they don't think either of the other two parties are basing that on any fact. They say as the ballot boxes are being opened, different ones are being good or bad for all three of those parties. In terms of what the result means here, it's a real test of where the political mood is currently at. If the Labour Party win, it's likely to be on a far reduced share of the vote compared to the sort of numbers they've seen here in recent years, including at the last election. But it will be a big sigh of relief for Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, and his allies after a really tough few weeks. If Labour don't win, then the questions for Sir Keir Starmer from people within his own party will likely be about his controversial decision to block Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, from being Labour's candidate here. Andy Burnham has been a regular on the campaign trail. Some within the Labour camp say that if they do manage to win, then it will be largely because of his campaigning. If the Greens pick up this seat, it'll be the first time they've ever won a parliamentary by-election. It'll also be their first MP in the north of England, and they will no doubt say that it's evidence they are able to challenge Labour from the left of British politics. I think if that did happen, some within the Labour Party would probably want to see Sir Keir Starmer move left on some issues. If the Reform Party win, they will say that it's further evidence that they're able to turn their lead in the opinion polls into votes on the ground, they will likely say that that is a good sign for them, with crucial elections coming up all around the country in May. Now, the constituency here is interesting in that it's got two distinct parts. Part of the area here is quite a heavily Muslim population, got lots of students as well. That's the area that the Greens have been targeting. The other area is much more white working class. That's where Reform have been targeting. Labour have been trying to spread their vote across both of those particular areas. I mean, I think really it is still too close to call. No matter what the parties are currently saying, none of them are really sort of confident in saying exactly what they think will happen. One story just bubbling up here is that a group of election observers has said that they have seen a high level of what's called family voting. Now, that's an election offence whereby a family member is with someone actually in the voting booth and is trying to influence their vote. So the returning officer, who is the official responsible for overseeing this election, has said that they've not seen any evidence of that, and if anyone did see evidence of that during the voting today, then they should have reported it earlier. But it wouldn't surprise me if that ends up being quite a contentious point as we go on tonight.
Jack, thank you very much for giving us that context and bringing us into the count for that Gorton and Denton by-election in Greater Manchester. Jack Fenwick there. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
Can you grow your wealth anywhere, anytime? Without the right partner? Imagine expanding your business to Dubai, marhaba, while setting up a family office in Hong Kong and investing in Singapore. Standard Chartered's unique global network and deep local insights give you unparalleled expertise anywhere, right now. Now is your time for wealth.
With Russian strikes increasing in number and severity, along with rising tensions between Russia and NATO countries, we're seeing no sign of a halt in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. See the headlines as they happen, with breaking news alerts on the BBC app, and stay informed with live updates on bbc.com/news. Follow the story with BBC News.
You're live with BBC News. Turning to Geneva, where US and Iranian officials met for a third round of pivotal nuclear talks. Oman, which is acting as mediator, said officials made significant progress in negotiations. Thursday's talks come amid ongoing threats of military action from President Trump and a massive US naval buildup in the Middle East. Well, for more, we can speak with Joseph Lowe. He's the chairman of the Middle East Institute at the National University of Singapore. Joseph, thanks for coming into studio to join me on this. What's your read then on how you've seen these talks play out so far?
Well, so far we've had 3 rounds of talks, and what we are seeing by way of the reports is that, some progress has been made. We don't know the details, but it is, I suppose, encouraging that we hear technical experts will be meeting next week. So they're sort of going down into the details with regards to enrichment and sanctions, which are the 2 main issues at hand. And subsequent to that, maybe a week or so, there will be a 4th round of talks by the key players. So that's hopeful. But at the same time, we should not lose sight of the fact that at least in terms of the starting positions, or if you will, the red line positions, of both the United States, the Trump administration, as well as Iran, there's a huge gulf there, right? Because as far as Trump is concerned, it's a question of enrichment, zero enrichment. And as far as the Iranians are concerned, they believe it's their sovereign right to be able to enrich for civilian purposes, as they call it. Yeah. So how they're going to bridge that and do it in a quick enough timeline so that the region is not plunged into another round of conflict. I think that's really what everyone is looking out for.
Okay, so a bit encouraging, but at the same time, huge gaps still remain. Indeed. What kind of pressures then are you seeing weighing on this domestically in Iran? I mean, protests have been quelled for now, but you know the economic situation isn't something that's easily fixed, without some sort of sanction relief.
Well, the sanctions are really taking its toll on Iran. I think that much is clear, and the Iranian economy is not doing well. And obviously that's also tied to the legitimacy of the regime and the Ayatollah himself. Yeah? So there's a lot of domestic pressure there. But at the same time, there's also the question of whether the regime and the leadership can afford to appear weak and cave under US pressure, right? So that's one consideration. A second consideration we really should think about is in the event the regime changes or is removed, what comes next, right? Be careful what you wish for. You might just get it.
Yeah, and Joseph, we're going to have to leave it there. There's so much more to discuss, but I'm afraid we're out of time now. Joseph Liao, Chairman of the Middle East Institute at the National University of Singapore. Now, a 20-year-old woman who is suing Meta and Google over what she claims is the addictive nature of social media has told a jury her childhood years were taken over by her use of Instagram and YouTube. She says the platforms contributed to her depression and body dysmorphia. Our North America correspondent Peter Bowes has the latest.
The hearing focused on the testimony from Kaylee, the now 20-year-old woman who addressed jurors, her full name not given in court to protect her identity because she says that the harm to her health happened when she was a young child. But she told the jurors about her social media use, YouTube in particular. When she was a 6-year-old, she started watching. By the time she was 8, she had started her own channel, and she says she didn't really encounter any difficulties at that young age from YouTube. She said if there'd been any small print about age restrictions, she hadn't read it. By the time she was 10, she posted more than 200 videos. In fact, she had multiple YouTube channels and Instagram channels, and she said she did that because she wanted to use those channels to like what she was posting herself. And she said when she didn't get those likes, it made her depressed. In fact, she said she was very upset and sad, and it would make her feel like she wasn't worthy. She also told the jury about cutting herself. Now, she said it wasn't an attempt to take her life, but she said it was a coping mechanism to deal with the depression caused by social media. She said at times she had been bullied. Now, the lawyers for Instagram have said that they believe her problems, her health problems, are more to do with her upbringing and her family life. And under cross-examination, they talked about some of the difficulties that she'd had with her mother, although earlier in the day, Kaylee insisted that she had a good relationship with her mother and now. Certainly both Instagram and YouTube deny the allegations in this lawsuit that their platforms are deliberately designed to be addictive.
US officials say at least one American citizen was among those shot dead by Cuban border guards who intercepted a speedboat off the island's coast on Wednesday. 4 people were killed in an exchange of fire with Cuba's Coast Guard. Cuban officials say they seized assault rifles, Molotov cocktails, and other military-style gear from the boat, and that everyone on board were US-based Cubans. It's been almost a month since the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of the Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, who was reportedly abducted from her home. It now appears the investigation at her home is wrapping up. So where does the investigation go from here, and will an increased reward of $1 million put forward by the Guthrie family make any difference to the search? Well, for more, we can speak with Kenneth Gray, former FBI agent and professor of practice at the University of New Haven. Thanks very much for joining me, Kenneth. What's the key thing that we need to understand about where we are with this investigation 1 month on, and with it seems like the investigation at her home winding down?
Yes, that is a very good way to put it. This investigation has entered into a new phase. This new phase will be identified by a smaller footprint of investigators at the location. Nonetheless, there are renewed number of tips coming in based upon that $1 million reward that Savannah Guthrie has offered for finding the location of her mother. So with a smaller workforce to be able to pursue those leads, it's going to take longer for them to work through all the tips that are coming in.
And what do you see as the most promising avenues for this investigation going forward?
So it's hard to put your finger on one. Of course, genetic genealogy might be the one that's most promising. However, there is also leads that are out to try to track down the person who had purchased the backpack that was seen on the intruder from the Nest Cam views. Additionally, clothing worn by the person could also possibly be identified. This type of tracing items associated with the person is the same way that the FBI was able to locate the person responsible for planning the bombs at the DNC and the RNC there on January 6th. And so that offers up an avenue here. But we do know that these items were purchased at Walmart, and if so, it may not have been with a credit card.
And given it's been almost a month, and given the age and health of Nancy Guthrie, is it hard to hold out hope that she could still be alive?
Well, it's always possible, but I think Savannah herself, when she offered this reward, also referred to the fact that it might be trying to recover her mother's body.
Yeah, it's quite a dire situation for sure. What are you looking out for going forward then? Where do you think the case moves next, or where it might break next?
Well, I really think that what needs to happen is that they need to refocus them with just a small number of detectives working the leads that are out there, and for them to be able to take the case wherever the leads will lead them. This is, as it is right now, you've got a shotgun approach with investigators going out, combing through the land there, trying to find any possible clues, also trying to gather in all the video from all the homes in the area. Now they need to start focusing in on these leads and pursue them as they see fit.
Kenneth, great to get your expertise on this. Kenneth Gray, former FBI agent and professor of practice at the University of New Haven. Now, it's been more than a quarter of a century since the controversial work My Bed won the prestigious Turner Prize. The sculpture, depicting a dirty and disheveled bedroom scene, complete with cigarettes and underwear, was first shown at London's Tate Gallery nearly 30 years ago. Now it's back on display, this time in the Tate Modern. Dame Tracy Emin, who has been reflecting on her most iconic piece and her all clear following cancer treatment, with Laura Koonsberg.
I can't believe how tiny the bed looks, and sad and tiny, and when for years and years I think it actually blows up in people's minds, especially my own, and now I see that it looks this time it looks sad. I cried, actually, but I don't know why, it's made me so sad, this one. And I think it's because I haven't installed it since before I was ill. And so much has happened to me since I last saw those things that it actually resonated with me so much, holding the things, like 30 years of this, 30 years of these memories, 30 years of these sheets. The whole thing just struck me as being like a really deep time capsule of a part of my life.
You cried when you saw it?
Yeah. Yeah, I cried this time. Yeah, I could cry now. I don't know why it's affected me like that, but it has.
Well, I think you've just told us why. It's because it's the first time you saw this incredibly meaningful work to you since you nearly lost your life.
Yeah, and I think it's because I nearly lost my life in that bed. That bed kept me alive. It's not an affectation, it's a real thing. When I got up from that bed and looked at it, what I saw, I was disgusted and repulsed at the fact that I'd been laying in it, and then I realised I shouldn't be, because it had been holding me and keeping me alive.
And if you were making the bed now, what would be next to it?
Oh my God, my cats, my 2 cats, maybe a few love letters, and it would be ridiculously clean with very, very beautiful sheets, and very clean and very tidy and very, it would be so boring actually. So it's good that I went through that, see? It's good because it's here and I can prove that I went through that and I lived through that and I'm here now and I survived it. So it's good, all positive.
You have 400 thread count kind of girl.
I'm not, I'm 1,600 actually, so that told you. And I'm not joking, honestly. That's my reward. My reward from that is being 1,600 thread count, yeah.
Hello there. Forecast for Australia and New Zealand coming up shortly. First of all, though, let's take a look at what's happening through Asia at the moment. Satellite picture is picking up some shower cloud, not quite as extensive, particularly across the Philippines. in comparison to where we were a week ago. Some showers across Vietnam and into North Thailand, but the heaviest of the rain is that little bit further north, and it's impacting central and southern areas of China. Behind the rain, it's a little bit cooler, but temperatures will recover a touch into northern China. We've got quite a lot of cloud, but still relatively mild across Japan at the moment. So some heavy rain, particularly through Hong Kong. A few scattered showers into Vietnam, Cambodia. Not looking too bad, though, through Malaysia and Indonesia. And as I say, a drier story, 33 degrees across the Philippines. This is the impact then over the next few days. We'll see those temperatures on the up a little into Beijing, but Tokyo will see more rain Monday into Tuesday. Now over to Australia. It's quite unsettled. Western Australia is fine, settled and sunny, but across the Northern Territories, down through the spine of Australia, down into parts of Victoria, we'll see some wet weather, and that's all going to be spreading its way steadily south and east. So New South Wales and Victoria rather unsettled over the next few days. A quiet start to the weekend, but there will be some rain around as well for New Zealand. So looking somewhat like this. You can see that rain, some of it heavy across Canberra and Melbourne.
Gentlemen, what do you think? Well, this is awkward. Right, how do you want me to stand?
To the first position.
This is the first position. It's the last position.
Nope.
No. I'm gonna fall over. Breathe.
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 Look the horizon.
To the horizon.
Now run.
Run?
Like that.
Like this?
Like that.
Okay.
That.
I'm on a Turkish adventure, combining my love of food with history. And in the country's southeast, the dishes echo the old spice routes, and the stories reach back to the dawn of civilization. Join me, Julie Lynn, for World's Ultimate Adventures on BBC News.
An image of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor leaving police custody made front pages around the world last week.
We're going to hear how the photographer managed to get the shot and examine the enduring power of photography to shape the narrative around the British royal family.
It's all on The Media Show on BBC News.
The fearsome display of cartel violence this week has shaken Mexicans who are trying to get back to normal. But what does the killing of El Mencho mean for Mexico? Join me, Will Grant, on BBC News.
Live from Singapore, now on BBC News, Business Today.
Netflix drops its bid for Warner Bros. Discovery, clearing the way for Paramount Skydance to win the takeover battle. Technology firm Block cuts thousands of jobs, with boss Jack Dorsey saying AI is fundamentally changing how businesses operate. And thousands of companies are seeking tariff refunds, but how likely are they to get their money back? We find out. Hello and welcome to Business Today with me, Steve Lai. We begin with the latest on the Warner Bros. Deal, with Netflix officially walking away. This now clears the way for Paramount Skydance to win the months-long takeover battle. In a statement, the co-CEOs of Netflix said the deal was no longer financially attractive at the price required to match Paramount's latest offer. The announcement came just hours after boss Ted Sarandos had visited the White House on Thursday. Shares of Netflix jumped 9% after the news. Well, for more, I'm joined by Sharon Waxman, editor-in-chief of The Wrap. Sharon, great to get your thoughts on this today. And, you know, Netflix, it did seem like they were in the box seat for this deal, but things seem to have changed quite quickly. Did it catch you by surprise?
Yes, it did. And it caught a lot of people by surprise because it could have been very easily continued as a bidding war if Netflix had just raised their bid by a little bit. I think they had been preparing everyone who was covering this deal in the media and people on Wall Street to, buckle up for a 2-year possible battle and discuss, regulatory scrutiny but it was getting more and more of a steep climb, seeming to be a really steep climb for Ted Sarandos. And as you point out, and Greg Peters, the co-CEOs of Netflix. And the signals coming in from pretty much every direction were pretty negative. I mean, obviously, the definitive signal probably came today at the White House when Ted Sarandos went and met with Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles. But there were lots of negative indicators from all different sides, not least of which was the stock market, was Wall Street itself, which had really battered Netflix's stock for the past 5 months. So they could have paid more. This was really a decision and a surprising one, given all the confidence that had been projected and as recently as last week, by Netflix, that they were going to close this deal.
Yeah, and just on that share price quickly, I mean, we saw it have a huge jump once they pulled out. Investors didn't like the idea of the merger?
Yeah, because Netflix has been a pure play company. It basically invented streaming, and it has become the dominant player in entertainment as a streaming alone company. Its stock had been many multiples of on the order of the next biggest competitor in Hollywood. Disney stock came back a bit, but Warner Brothers was trading at $11 a share a year ago. It sold for $31 a share without a substantial change in the business, in the basic business fundamentals that were going on at Warner Brothers. So you have these companies that have been saddled with these legacy assets, basically cable, right, which is in steep decline. And we saw that today in the earnings of, Warner Brothers. We're seeing that in the earnings of Paramount. They're all fighting these big declines every quarter in these dying cable assets that people don't want anymore. Netflix didn't have any of that to deal with. It was just streaming.
Yeah, and
so
just,
adding.
Sorry, Sharon,
Yeah,
just quickly, just to wrap up. So what happens next then, just very quickly?
Well, what happens next is that there has to be a formal process in which the Warner board accepts the the Paramount bid, but it feels like it's really all over but the shouting. Now, there are still regulatory hurdles that have to be surpassed. There is David Ellison, the CEO of Paramount, is going to have to appear on the Hill in Washington to answer questions. So it's not a total given, but it's not nearly as challenging a regulatory situation as it was for Netflix. On top of the fact that we live in a very different political atmosphere where crony friends of the Trump White House get favors that nobody else does. And the Ellisons, or Larry Ellison particularly, is a supporter of Donald Trump, and he has weighed in publicly about his view on this.
All right, Sharon, we're going to have to leave it there, but thanks so much for your insight. Sharon Waxman, Editor-in-Chief of The Wrap. Now, Jack Dorsey's block says it will lay off more than 4,000 employees, or roughly half of its workforce, as the company shifts how it operates by using AI to automate more work. Dorsey said he expects other companies to reach the same conclusion within the next year. The news sent its stock soaring 22% in extended trading. Our North America business correspondent Michelle Fleury has the details from New York.
The company behind the Square and Cash app that was founded by Jack Dorsey says the job cuts are about streamlining and focusing on efficiency. But the scale and the timing of the layoffs is striking. It comes as companies across technology are investing heavily in AI systems that are designed to write code, handle customer service, analyze data, and automate back-office tasks. That's fueling fears of a white-collar job squeeze, not just in tech, but across many industries like finance, media, even law. While supporters argue AI boosts productivity and creates new roles, critics warn it could eliminate large categories of work faster than the labour market can adapt. For investors, the equation is straightforward. Fewer workers and lower costs equal higher margins. But for employees, the question is more unsettling. Are we seeing routine corporate belt-tightening or the early stages of an AI-driven workforce reset?
More than 1,000 companies, including Costco, Dyson and L'Oreal, have filed lawsuits in efforts to recoup costs from the Trump administration's tariffs, which have now been ruled illegal by the U.S. Supreme Court. Delivery giant FedEx was first to lead the charge and has now said it will return any tariff refund it might get to shippers and customers who paid them. As you can see from this chart right here, the Trump administration has earned around $175 billion from tariffs since Trump's trade policies were implemented last year. The question is, though, how long will it take for these companies to get their money back? Now, for more, I'm joined by Brett Johnson, trade lawyer at Snell and Wilmer. Brett, that's the big question here, isn't it? Will they get their money back, and how long will it take for that to happen?
Yes, it is the question of the day for sure. One thing for certain, it will be years. President Trump actually said that over the weekend, that the court system is going to be how this all plays out. And unfortunately, in the United States, that's going to take several years to come to fruition. Basically, the cases will all be consolidated at the Court of International Trade. And the courts will figure out, number one, whether or not people are entitled or the importer of record is entitled to the refund, and then what the refund actually looks like.
And when you say consolidated, you mean all the cases will be put together and submitted as one claim?
No, it doesn't work out that way. So every importer of record would have to file on their own with the Court of International Trade. And then once you have a case before the Court of International Trade, then those cases will be consolidated. Most likely the court will appoint what's called a steering committee, kind of a mix of the large, medium, and small companies, to then steer the litigation for the thousands of other plaintiffs or claimants that are going through the system. That will then lead to, what does the Supreme Court opinion actually mean for the tariffs? Who is actually entitled to it? And then obviously the refund process. So that's all going to be happening through the Court of International Trade, and it'll take some time.
Yeah, it sounds awfully complicated a process. And while this is happening, President Trump is trying to put in more tariffs in place. Could we end up with the same thing happening with those as well? I mean, this seems like a recipe for a lot more confusion going forward.
A lot more confusion and a lot more litigation. So one thing about tariffs is the uncertainty that it impacts on the global supply chain. And so you'll see litigation associated with the newest effort by President Trump using what's called 122. It's kind of an older tariff regime to basically get over a 150-day period where he is allowed to authorize these tariffs. And then during that period of time, they will investigate as well as form a report to determine whether there are other tariffs that can last past the 150 days. So there's a lot of tools in that toolkit for a president to be able to use in regard to tariffs. The Supreme Court just took one out of it, though.
Okay, and are there going to be any winners in this? I mean, aside from the lawyers that are all going to be working on this, I mean, will consumers ever get their money back?
A good question. There's several states that are trying to say that there should just be a refund to the consumers directly. Unfortunately, the system's not set up like that, and it's the importer of record. So as you mentioned, FedEx and some of the other Home Depot, Costco, other very large companies that are seeking those refunds. But Congress could always step in and create a new system that would address the refunds, but it can't be done via executive order.
All right, Brett, great to get your expertise on this matter. Brett Johnson, trade lawyer at Snell and Wilmer. Now, in other news making headlines, the head of the artificial intelligence company Anthropic says it will not give the U.S. military unrestricted use of its technology, despite pressure from the Pentagon. Dario Amodei said he was particularly concerned about the development of fully autonomous weapons and the potential use of AI for the mass surveillance of U.S. citizens. The Defense Department has threatened to remove Anthropic from its systems unless it drops its safeguards in those areas. More from me at the top of the hour on Newsday. See you soon.
Imagine expanding your business to Dubai while setting up a family office in Hong Kong and investing in Singapore. With Standard Chartered, you can grow your wealth anywhere right now. Now's your time for wealth.
Among all the flowers and the tributes here are the names of the victims of this terrible fire.
Denmark is extremely relieved that its European allies in NATO are supporting it over Greenland.
This is the desperately grim scene here down at the site of the accident. You can see behind me one of the railway carriages which was completely crushed.
Although we international journalists here on the border between Colombia and Venezuela can't enter Venezuela, we have been hearing from sources on the ground in the Venezuelan capital, Caracas.
Well, this is the spot where Alex Preti was shot dead, and you can see now a lot of people here.
There, when the story breaks, BBC News.
I'm on a Turkish adventure in the country's southeast region of Şanlıurfa, home to one of the world's most significant archaeological discoveries.
This archaeological site actually has changed the perception of our history. Before the discovery, we were thinking that humanity settled down with agriculture. Now we have realized that actually we settled down way before agriculture.
Bu dönem insanlar yeni yerleşik hayata geçmeye başlıyor. Kaplar görüyoruz burada 60'a yakın kap çıktı ve
down here is a pestle and mortar, and literally exactly the same tool that we use today in the kitchen. And I actually feel quite emotional. It's something that I use in the kitchen every day, and it is so recognisable. I used it last week. It's down here and it's been here for 12,000 years. That is incredible.
For breaking news live as it happens, follow BBC News in the BBC app. Save the stories you want to get your news your way. From live news and sport updates to global headlines. Stay up to date with the news that matters. Follow BBC News in the BBC app.
In the world of business, everything is connected. From global hubs to places less traveled. The big stories to your bottom line. The path can be unpredictable. But with the right insights, you can see where the bend in the road will lead. Business on BBC News. Make the connection.
AI is dramatically increasing demand for energy in a way that the current systems can't fully cope up.
I want to listen to people without it being transactional, without asking people for their vote, but listening to them.
Everything you go through, you can surmount, you can endure, and find a good place for it.
When the big names talk, they talk to us.
Now on BBC News, a roundup of the day's sporting action, plus talking points, analysis and original journalism. BBC Sport.
Hello, I'm Hugh Ferris at the BBC Sports Centre. Our top stories. Relegation threatened at home, but through to the last 16 in Europe. Nottingham Forest's season of extremes continues. South Africa sail into the T20 World Cup semi-finals as the only remaining unbeaten team. And how to prepare for New Delhi when you're used to Norfolk. We meet the English long-distance runner layering up for his international debut. Hello again, welcome along. With the amount of English teams in Europe this season, it was always likely you'd have one or maybe more that cannot match domestic and continental form. And with Spurs very much fulfilling that role in the Champions League, it's the team a place below them in the Premier League, Nottingham Forest, who are doing the very same in the Europa League. Playing for their 4th manager of the season, they've knocked out Fenerbahce to make the last 16. Colin Hazelden has more from the City Ground.
Well, for 65 minutes, this tie was unexpectedly exciting, distressingly so for Forest fans, rather more thrillingly for Fenerbahce, who arrived here severely weakened, 3-0 down from the first leg and expected to go out meekly. They did no such thing. They got themselves into the lead in the first half, doubled it early in the second. Suddenly, Forest were on the back foot, but their best players were on and were able to steady the ship. Callum Hudson-Odoi scoring the goal that eventually calmed the nerves and made sure it was indeed Forest who go through to the last 16. It finished here, Nottingham Forest 1, Fenerbahce 2, 4-2 to Forest on aggregate.
Meanwhile, Scottish involvement in Europe is over after Celtic were knocked out by Stuttgart despite a second-leg win, their first ever in Germany. Luke McCowan scored inside the first minute, but Celtic needed more than the eventual 1-0 victory, the tie finishing 4-2 on aggregate to Stuttgart. Celtic's next match is an Old Firm meeting with Rangers in the Scottish Premiership on Sunday. Elsewhere, Lille and Ferencváros overturned first-leg deficits to go through to the last 16. Panathinaikos needed penalties to get past Victoria Pilsen. Genk extra time to beat Dinamo Zagreb, while Bologna and Celta Vigo also confirmed their places in the next round. Crystal Palace continue to make history in their Conference League run, beating Bosnian side Zrinski in their first ever knockout tie in the main stage of a European competition. After a disappointing 1-1 draw in the first leg, Palace won at Selhurst Park for only the second time since the beginning of November. A 2-0 victory courtesy of Maxence Lacroix and Evan Gesson. Added to the Premier League win over Wolves last weekend, it is a welcome return to form for manager Oliver Glasner, who's announced he's leaving at the end of the season, but had faced calls from some fans to go a little sooner. Elsewhere then, in the Conference League, Fiorentina nearly threw away a 3-0 first-leg advantage at home to Polish side Jagiellonia before eventually coming through their tie after extra time. AZ turned a 1-0 deficit into a 4-1 aggregate win over Noah of Armenia. Celje Rijeka, Samsunspor, Sigma Olomouc and Lech Poznan, the other teams to make the last 16. South Africa have qualified for the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup after a win for both them and then defending champions India secured for them a place in the last 4. Imran Sidat reports.
A meeting of 2 of the tournament's unbeaten sides in Ahmedabad as the race for the semi-finals sparked into life. South Africa put their opponents in after winning the toss, and it looked like a great decision as they tore through the Windies' top order with 4 wickets in 11 balls. Things didn't get much better for the 2-time winners, with wickets falling at regular intervals as they slumped to 83 for 7. That was until a partnership which salvaged the innings. Romario Shepherd and Jason Holder put on 89, which helped them to make 176 from their 20 overs. It looked like a tricky chase, but the South African openers had other ideas. Aidan Markram and Quinton de Kock set about dismantling the West Indian attack. The skipper Markram led from the front as he smashed an unbeaten 82 to send the Proteas into the last 4. Beaten finalists 2 years ago, they'll now be hoping this is their time to go one better and win the event for the very first time.
It is seriously cutthroat. It's a high level of cricket, obviously, but the intensity and the amount of energy that drains you each game is quite high. So you need to stay on your toes. As we mentioned earlier, you can't take many things for granted and keep locking into ultimately why you're here.
Over in Chennai, that result meant India had to beat Zimbabwe, and the defending champions showed their class. Abhishek Sharma's half-century set them up for a big total. The Indian batters were beginning to enjoy themselves as they continued to put the Zimbabwean bowlers to the sword. Hardik Pandya finished the innings in style. His 50 blasted them to 256 and the second highest total in the competition's history. In reply, Zimbabwe struggled to keep up with the mammoth run rate despite the best efforts of Brian Bennett, who ended unbeaten on 97. Perhaps the surprise team to make the Super 8s, the golfing class eventually showed as India completed a 72-run victory. Defeat eliminates Zimbabwe, but India keep their hopes alive.
As we discussed yesterday, just before the game, we'll go with a good mindset, and we have seen our past 1 year of T20 cricket, how we played. So it was really, after seeing that video, everyone got our confidence, and that's what we discussed as a team. Like, we just enjoy and put the smile on.
So all still to play for in this group, with a winner-takes-all tie against the West Indies to come on Sunday. Imran Sidat, BBC News.
Despite winning 22 titles in his career so far, Daniil Medvedev has never done it twice at the same tournament. But he is 2 victories away from doing just that in Dubai. The former world #1 sailed into the semi-finals with a straight sets win over Jensen Brooksby, giving up only 3 games in total in a 6-2, 6-1 victory. Medvedev finished the American Open just under an hour as he attempts to add this title to the one that he won here in 2023. And Medvedev will face the top seed Felix Auger-Aliassime, who beat the Czech 8th seed Yuri Lehechka in straight sets, booking his place in his 2nd straight Dubai semi-final. And Canadian has made the quarter-finals or better at 10 of his last 11 tournaments. Now, to what lengths will runners go to prepare for a major race? Well, Logan Smith lives and trains in the English county of Norfolk, but he's getting ready to run in New Delhi in what is his first international competition. The temperatures are significantly different between the two places, so Logan has been layering up ahead of the 50-kilometre World Championships, as Tom Williams reports.
This is Logan's life. He loves to run.
I'm doing roughly 130 miles a week, running morning and evenings, training up in Norwich a lot, training on the North Norfolk coast, hills, yeah, the sacrifices, social life, yeah, non-existent really, but worth it. When a call-up comes, it's, yeah, 100%.
He's just been picked for Great Britain for the first time for the World 50-kilometre Running Championships in New Delhi, India.
It's going to be warm, probably quite humid. It's a 5-kilometre loop, but it means you can sort of stay all together, and hopefully the race start time is, yeah, going to try and counteract some of the heat and humidity.
He'll have to set his alarm clock. The race starts at 4 a.m. He's also taking matters into his own hands, training indoors in a hat, snood and gloves, not to mention 4 layers of clothing.
In terms of preparation, just how vital is this?
This is 100% needed within the training. It's so cold outside in the North Norfolk coast that coming in here, putting some layers on, it means that I can try and replicate that feeling of heat, and then also just adjust the body, try and get it to be able to work a bit more efficiently.
No cooling off afterwards either. Not a warm down for Logan, but a further warm up.
How worried are you about the heat?
It's dangerous. It's something that not a lot of people would choose to do because of, you know, heat exhaustion. There's a lot of training that goes into it. So in terms of hydration, in terms of fueling, in terms of sleeping, there's going to be a lot of training that has to be adjusted, and also race tactics.
He's just returned from the Seville Marathon. 2 hours, 21 minutes, comfortable pace, crucial preparation. He had to pay for the experience. With very little funding, he relies on a part-time job and help from sponsors.
So what's the goal in New Delhi?
The goal is to enjoy the experience, but also compete as best as I can. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say I just want to go out and have fun, but I do want to have fun. But then I also want to run the absolute best I can, not only for myself, for my coaches, for family, but also to be able to go and run for Great Britain is, yeah, it's something that I've always dreamed of. So I want to give it absolutely everything.
At 28, Logan's the youngest on the British team. One day, he hopes to become an Olympian. He'll go to all lengths to be a success.
Tom Williams reporting. Much more on our website, of course. That's where you'll be able to follow the 3 European draws for the last 16. In fact, they're making the draws all the way through until the semi-finals and final in the Europa League, the Conference League from Thursday, and, of course, the Champions League as well. If you're in the UK, you can watch a live stream of it all unfold as well. Lots of either-ors to sort out. But that's it from me here and the team. Thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye.
Imagine expanding your business to Dubai, while setting up a family office in Hong Kong, and investing in Singapore. With Standard Chartered, you can grow your wealth anywhere, right now. Now is your time for wealth.
The wash of blue, that colour of nature, the seas, the sky, it is so immersive.
If you are fully in the moment, you are totally responding in the moment to everything that's happening. And when you're doing theatre, that can change night after night. It's a living, breathing, active thing.
I suppose to the outside world, the most visible part of the London Film Festival is the red carpet. And this year it brought out some of the biggest names in the film industry.
I think there is too little architecture in this world.
We desperately need places that bring peace, that bring positivity.
Inspiring arts and culture on BBC News.
This had the potential, had they been successful, to be the most deadly terrorist attack in UK history.
We first of all will need 4 automatic guns. Every piece will have to have 200 bullets.
They planned to kill and injure hundreds of Jews living in Britain.
In the right environment, could have tens, if not hundreds of people could have been hurt or killed.
For those who would have been in the firing line, it was a chilling, close call.
It's a realisation that vile Jew hatred and violence against Jewish people is not a relic from the past.
They were driven by extreme Islamist ideology.
Are you supposed to revise this?
Do you want to answer? Yes.
You are?
Yes.
But unknown to the plotters, one of their number was not what he seemed. He was working for the police.
We are into the knockout stage of the Champions League season as top teams across Europe try to reach the final in Budapest at the end of May. We'll have all the latest results, features and interviews right here on BBC News, as well as online on the website and app.
I'm on a Turkish adventure, combining my love of food with history. And in the country's southeast, the dishes echo the old spice routes and the stories reach back to the dawn of civilization. Join me, Julie Lynn, for World's Ultimate Adventures on BBC News.
An image of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor leaving police custody made front pages around the world last week.
We're going to hear how the photographer managed to get the shot and examine the enduring power of photography to shape the narrative around the British royal family.
It's all on The Media Show on BBC News.
I was on air when the London 7/7 attacks happened. That day was different because of the sheer volume of information we were grappling with in real time. We couldn't let the desperation for news influence our reporting or be overwhelmed by the magnitude of what we were witnessing. Today, as we wade through endless waves of misinformation, it's vital that we don't just ask the questions, we question the answers. I'm Matthew Emery-Waller on Verified Live for BBC News.
Live from Singapore, this is BBC News. Pakistan's Defence Ministry declares open war with the Taliban as Pakistani fighter jets have bombed the Afghan capital, Kabul. Hillary Clinton tells US lawmakers she never met Jeffrey Epstein and she has no knowledge of his crimes as she testifies at the start of 2 days of depositions that will include former President Bill Clinton.
I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices.
In the UK, counting is underway in the Gorton and Denton by-elections seen as a crucial electoral test for Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. And coming up on Business Today, Paramount wins the bidding war with Warner Bros. Discovery after Netflix walks away from the takeover battle. You're watching Newsday, and we start with some breaking news. Pakistan has bombed cities in Afghanistan, including the capital Kabul, following clashes with the Afghan Taliban. Writing on social media, the Pakistani defense minister said, "Our patience has reached its limit. Now it is open war between us and you." The strikes follow escalating fighting along the country's shared border, with the Taliban attacking multiple Pakistani army positions. Taliban sources say at least 10 Pakistani soldiers were killed, whilst the Pakistani Prime Minister's spokesperson says more than 70 Afghan combatants are dead. Islamabad has accused Kabul of what it called unprovoked fire, while the Taliban government said it was retaliation for earlier deadly airstrikes. Well, to help us understand these developments better, we can speak with Kathy Gannon, who was the former AP News Director for Pakistan and Afghanistan. Kathy, you've been covering these two countries for decades. What do we need to understand about this now declared open war?
Yeah, I mean, it's a serious escalation, Steve. So I think that's one thing that's very important, but it's not new. And Pakistan did hit the Afghan capital in a series of attacks several months ago as well. And then after several attacks in Pakistan carried out by the Pakistani Taliban, who Afghanistan says is finding safe refuge in Afghanistan, in which the UN does say there are probably about 10